What up? Another day of coin pusher realms. Bit of a mixed bag day. Like, we're gonna be doing a little bit here, a little bit there. I kind of want to start off today by doing the blueprinting guidelines because it is pretty necessary to have right now. So, I don't know. That was my thought. And I'm loading up a couple existing projects to take some screenshots. We'll try to think of a way to... I don't know, I haven't thought about it at all. I literally haven't thought about it. Not at all. So I think we just need to come up with a plan for what this document should tell, how it should be organized, and then just start filling out the sections one by one. Kind of like we'd approach a design document of some sort. I don't know if you guys can hear that. Oh, chemicals. It probably is a lot of chemicals. Hey, despite that, I've been losing weight, so I'm down to 151 now, which honestly is no, I'm pretty happy with that. I'm happy with that. 145 was my goal, but I wasn't gonna be upset if I stopped at 155. But I'm just gonna keep going. Like, I'll just try to hit the 145 goal. Realistically, I could start working out, tone some muscles some more, but this is a healthy step in the right direction. And then, of course, I can stop dieting and I can go back to eating cheese and crackers and chocolate again. So, yeah. A little bit maybe, but not too much. Okay, what do we want this document to say? We want to keep a standard of blueprinting so that everybody knows what these blueprints should look like and how they should be organized. And probably usage of other things like functions, delegates. I don't know, I mean, there's so much you could talk about with blueprints. I mean, you can go kind of infinitely deep and then get into like coding basics, right? And when to use enums and when not to use enums, and how to use enums properly, when to use structures, how to use structures. I don't know, it could get kind of infinitely deep, and a lot of it at the end of the day is just going to be the architecture that we want to have at our studio and isn't the best architecture. I think we could definitely talk about node layout and organization. We could put in here information about invalid structure. Error preventing. I guess it's more like a warning. Overview, warning. Overview. Fixing. Prevention. That would be the best way to do it. We kind of do need some better usage of references. But let's hold off on that. Oh, I know a good one. Would be the like condensing tactics. Maybe that's not the best way to word it. Condensing tactics and limitations. That would be stuff like, you know, breaking down into functions or collapsing nodes, which is my least favorite of condensing methods, if you ask me. I try not to do that too much. I have an old project that you use that so much. It was fucking horrible. Not a bad start. And I want to put this in the Microraptor section of our documentation. And we'll put blueprinting guidelines. I think node layout and organization is probably one of the most important ones for us to document here. The invalid structure overview fixing prevention is also important, although I don't know if I would put that in blueprinting guidelines. Maybe we could do blueprinting docs and then do a sub one for guidelines and architecture. And then I could have a separate smaller one for specifically invalid structure warning. That'll be nice. Okay, I'm okay with that. Node layout and organization. And maybe we can have like a little preamble here. We'll fill that out later. Put an overview. And then we'll do node layout and organization. I wanted to use a project that we already kind of had built as a way to showcase some of the fundamentals here. There's lots of little things like this. You know, you could prevent this by running this again here, but then you're running the function twice, which is of course a waste of time. So, you know, you could either pump this to a local variable or just do a quick reroute, accept a little bit of wire overhead. I think there's two really good things here, which are keep execution wire straight, except in the cases of branching. I guess you could say except in the cases of flow control, realistically. as realistically, you don't want to put anything below this for each loops, too close to the for each loop, because then people will misunderstand that this might be a part of this, but it isn't. Branches are flow control, sequences are flow control. We could also say stuff like prevent as much overlapping wires and nodes as possible. Another one is you have infinite space. Use it. What would be another one? Functions and local variables reduce memory overhead. That's a big one. We could talk about peer functions. Getters and setters. What else would we might want to include here? Maybe talk a little bit about game instances as a whole. And just like separation of global variables. Pretty clean function. Comments would be a good one to talk about too. That's one that I don't do as much as I should. We could even just combine comments and not sneezes. Variable tooltips. Another one that might be useful is to... Yeah, but it primarily affects memory overhead in some cases. Well, it depends on what's being stored. But it can affect memory and VRAM overhead by storing references you want to avoid. Especially in the case of VRAM. Fencing tactics. Yeah, we probably could include more information specifically about collapsing nodes. What up, C-Spawn? How's it going? This is a good start. This is a good start for me. I don't know how I would reorder this, though, if I had to. But we can easily handle that in the markdown. Steam sale is lame. I saw the Steam sale this morning. I think there's some okay stuff. I don't have any desire to buy anything at the moment, but some pretty decent stuff here. Some nice deep discounts too. Let's get the same games. I don't know about that. I think the deep discounts are pretty good this time. As for some of the stuff up here, it's like, you know, some of this stuff is pretty new, so 20% is understandable. Or stuff that's still in early access. It's still too much money for Assassin's Creed Shadows, if you ask me. Sometimes you can kind of tell how poorly a game performed as well, depending on how quickly it gets a discount. But I don't know, I have to buy Ghost of Yote today, ideally, and get that preloaded, so I have no money to spend on the sale. See the EA news? I did see the EA news. I don't really have much to say about it. Like, we'll see what happens. You know, it's not like some stand-up company got bought and now they're going to become worse. It's like EA got bought by Saudis. Different flavor of the same shit, if you ask me. And apparently they have a lot of debt that they have to cover, so... Ubisoft is the last one. I don't know how well they're standing. We'll see. I would say, though, this makes me worry about Battlefield 6. Like, Battlefield 6 I was already pretty scared about just because they already announced a Battle Pass. They got rid of Battlefield Premium. They're gonna monetize the shit out of that game. Now, I think it's gonna be worse. Probably no DEI anymore because that's haram. Probably. Sims will become less gay. For better or worse. Probably still gonna have horrible monetization practices. I'm not gonna make this a header. I'm just gonna make this bold or something. This guy's a VTuber? Who's a VTuber? I like VTubers. I watch quite a few of them. Some of them though. I don't watch, I don't know. Hit or miss for me for VTuber. I think some of them are pretty exceptional content creators though. When creating blueprints of, let's say, specifically any kind, keeping execution wires straight provides clear visual pathways from one node to another. Hey Nico, what's going on? We are working on a little bit of documentation for blueprinting architecture. Since we have a couple of different blueprinters in our team, and I want all of our blueprints to kind of adhere to certain standards. And other than that, we're just chilling, talking about the EA buyout, Steam sale, the usual. When creating blueprints of any kind, keeping execution wires straight provides clear visual pathways from one node to another. There are exceptions that some nodes necessitate, primarily in the cases, let's say in the case of flow control. Why is it upset with me? Consider replacing this necessitate with a simpler word. No, fuck you. We're smart people. There are exceptions that some nodes necessitate, primarily in the case of flow control. Branch nodes, or let's just say branches, sequences, loops, etc. These all have, do you have a blueprint for a game or something else? Blueprints for Unreal Engine specifically. These blueprints. And we want to, I want to document just some ways to help prevent making them look ugly or, you know, avoid crossed wires in cases where those are possible. Just general practices. Keep them tidy. So coding stuff. I love blueprints, but they are very easy to make a mess. These all have either, how do we want to word this? These all have either like for a branch or a for loop on completed, you want to separate this for clarity of the change in flow, maybe is a good way to put it. Spaghetti's a form of art. It can, honestly, I think to learn how to blueprint well is very challenging. And it does require some expert knowledge about, you know, the little inconsistencies in the way that things are handled or how to carefully control what is being shown at what time. It's very easy just to select it all and condense nodes or something or collapse them, but in my opinion, that doesn't help. These all have... I just don't know how to word this. These are nodes that encourage you to split your execution wires as a way to separate logic and prevent mistaking one section for another. I'm not really a fan of how that's worded, but it works. And we can include some examples here of, you know, keeping nodes straight, and then we have that flow control that breaks up that logic. This one is a relatively good example. Keep them straight right up until we have to branch. And we'll say below are some examples of this practice. With flow control nodes marked by a red box. Where's another good one? One is a little bit imperfect, I would say, but still displays it relatively well. I mean, you could prevent some of the spaghetti by just putting this up here again. Yeah, you can make entire games with these blueprints. So for instance, actually, where is a good example of this? We have here some platforms that we made with these blueprints. So they perform logic. Like moving in this case. So it's a way to code your game. Or this teleportation system. All made with blueprints as well. This is not a great map to show it with, actually. This is a pretty bad map to show it with. This is a better one. Actually, it is big, yeah. It might be a little bit too big, actually. We were talking about that with my level designer. So for instance, we made some bounce pads here. They bounce the player. And other items too, like static meshes. And we can turn off this bounce for different types of entities. We make this level to show the logic to the team so that they understand how to use it. Or another one, which is a bit more of an advanced example, would be like surface materials. Like ice. Or mud. And all the logic for how this operates and affects the player is being done with blueprints, which are little code snippets. Have you worked in game dev before, Niku? Maybe in something else, like I know UEFN is really big right now, and Roblox is big too. I meet quite a lot of people on here that have made projects in those games. But I like it too. I like blueprinting. It's just much easier for a brain like mine. Let's do that. Let's just copy this up here. Prevent a little bit of spaghetti. That'll work. I want to get a nice screenshot of this. And we'll just highlight the flow control nodes. And how they're moving the wires. Yeah, that'll work. That highlights the separation pretty well. In some cases, red lines being drawn to show the movement of execution flow. We're currently working on a casual kind of like arcade style game. But we have also worked in the past on immersive sim stuff, some RPGs. We like to do a little bit of everything here. Except for maybe like sports games or rhythm games. Although me and a colleague have talked about working on like a rhythm game. But maybe we'll do something like that for our arcade game. Yeah, or something like physics-based too, yeah. I don't know. I think with Coin Pusher Realms we could go into pretty much anything with minigames. Why not? Here's another good example. The most recent game we published was called Coin Pusher Reloaded. And you can get a link to the Steam page for it by typing in !coin pusher. And that was a little game that was born from a game jam, and we're making a proper sequel to it now. This one's a good example. Okay, I'm pretty happy with that. I think that's short, sweet, to the point. What's our next one? Prevent as much overlapping wires nodes as possible. Prevent as much overlapping with nodes and wires as possible. Overlapping nodes and wires make it more difficult to see what's going on, and, if needed, to debug the underlying code. Well, we could actually just say "and consequently." Eventually there will be bugs and things. This does kind of overlap with "you have infinite space, use it." So maybe we could just combine these. Node graphs are... I think they're nearly infinite, to be fair. Node graphs are nearly infinite in space. Using that to your advantage. Look at one game. I've worked on 4 games now that have been commercially released, but this is our first game as a studio. I've started because this is my own studio that I'm starting up. But I've been in the industry for over 10 years. I'm old. Using that to your advantage can help you separate logic, making it easier to comment off, explain, or visually segregate actions within a larger function. I definitely have experience. Some of it good, some of it bad. Thanks for the follow, man, too. But you know, I've worked in teams of anywhere between... Well, the first one was about 10 people. The second game we scaled up to about 40 people. And then the third game I worked on was about 20 people, 25. And now we're down to, we have 2 people, pretty much. 2 to 3, let's say, at Microraptor games. So we have had to scale down the scope of our games pretty significantly, but that's a good learning process. But hopefully with the games we make, we want to achieve, you know, that high level of quality, even if the scope is a bit smaller. We want it to feel like it's a game that was made by more people, even if it wasn't. I wonder if some of Cauldron Chronicles' code would be useful to pull up here, but do I want to load up Cauldron Chronicles? I mean, some of these are still relevant. Like, we could just reuse the same image here. Or maybe the same image, but without the red box. Would be even better. And we could compare that to maybe Stackobot, because I think Stackobot, or the first person... Let me check the character blueprint But I think the first-person character blueprint in Unreal is a pretty good example of what not to do. Ironically. Actually, the third person isn't the greatest either. Oh, some of the stuff I did modify myself, actually. So it may not be very relevant. And event graphs can be a bit of a pain in the ass. Or something with the first person blueprint. Actually, Coin Pusher Realms has the first person character, doesn't it? But I think Stackobot does as well. Let's load that. Blueprints character BP bot. Oh god, yes. Some of it isn't bad, to be fair. Some of it is bad and some of it isn't very bad. This is a template from Epic Games themselves. Here's how you can learn how to blueprint properly and make games properly. And then they don't even blueprint well. Like, this is a function. You don't have to reroute the activate, just grab it here. Like, what are you doing? Give us some space here, Jesus Christ. Actually, I probably should keep that just so I can explain what not to do. You haven't seen control rig examples yet? Oh god. And to be fair, this isn't horrible, but there are some spots where I might do things a little bit differently. It's just, you have all this space, but instead you decide to cram it all together and have things like this. What are we doing? The spline function is broken. You know what I would like is if Epic developed a little drop down so you could choose to plug something in, or choose from a list of, let's say, local variables to plug into that, and it would just appear here. Like, this would appear right on top of it. You know how amazing that would be? Compare the following two functions for readability and organization. Is there an even better example than this one? Maybe something like this. Actually, this is even better. I don't even have to add any marks to it. And then maybe I could like fix up the straightening on this. I mean, there's even an unused node here. And I don't mind keeping a few unused nodes around if they're relevant. Or if you're testing something. Like, what are we doing here? What if I need it later? No, sometimes I 100% agree. Sometimes you want to use it later. I mean, if you had like I don't know, let's say you were working on something, just make a copy of it and just put like old and mark it red or something. And then do the new stuff and you can keep the old stuff for later. I'm pretty sure the compiler deletes unused nodes when compiling. I think. I don't know that for sure. Let me look it up. Unused nodes compiler. Hey Kojak, could both steal all your shiny. I don't have any shinies. You're gonna be very disappointed. But thanks for the raid, man, and how you doing? Do disconnected nodes get compiled or built? It's not really an answer, is it? How you guys doing? Happy Tuesday. What were you guys up to today? Playing a game? Doing some work? Hand over my I got nothing. I'm broke. I just bought Borderlands and now I have to buy Ghost of Yotei. What are you doing to me? I actually don't know if it deletes it or not. You been good? It's good to hear. Especially nowadays, isn't it? Let's see if I can get AI to tell me anything. Do unused blueprint nodes in UE5 get skipped by the compiler? Means I'm a premium gamer. They are generally skipped by the compiler during the process of generating the final executable code. Okay, so that's good. Dead code excluded from the final compile code. That's perfect. If your PC or console can handle it, then you're a premium gamer. We were able to handle it well. I definitely do not believe that the game was well optimized. But it did run consistently. Consistently, not very well, but it ran consistently. I do think that in some ways the game was pretty well optimized. Like visual effects, I think were quite well optimized. But the rest of the game, I don't know. I have problems with Lumen primarily, and I don't know how they're set up for nanite looks because there's no way that we can debug their overdraw or usage of it. I do have a feeling that they probably had quite a bit of nanite overdraw hindering the scene a bit. But that's just a guess. Their forced use of Lumen was really disappointing to see. And now you're hungry? No worries, man. Take care. Thank you so much for the raid. And have a nice rest of your Tuesday. In the first example, execution and linkage, maybe we can use that word, is clearly expressed with no overlapping nodes or wires in any way. The second example Conversely, as many instances of overlapping wires and even a dead node existing for no purpose. See if you can spot it. Swipe or no swiping. If we wanted to fix up the bottom graph, we might do something like this. And then I'll fix the graph and make it look better. I probably should have included... Honestly, I should have just taken a screenshot of this whole fucking thing. Look at this. Horrendous. Capital W-H-O-R-E. Alright, we'll just fix up the whole thing. Okay, one section done. Let's just quickly pull this up and out. Why would you pull that far? Just... Do you think Epic would pay me in any fashion to fix their Blueprint organization? Probably not. Not a fan of that, but we can make it work. A lot of little spaghetti moving around here. It's just not being used. Spaghetti monster. How you doing, Anomalies? Some of these nodes, you know, you can't help it, right? You can't straighten that out. Just gonna kind of look like shit no matter what. Sometimes it's hard to avoid. Not a fan of that, but it's what it is. There's a person with OCD, the human nervous system. Yeah, I think Epic Game has made the human nervous system. This is how their blueprints look. I mean, I don't know how this specific function works, but I would probably just move this to a local variable. Depends. It just depends on how long the cables get. This wasn't a part of the function, right? Or a part of the... No. That was separate from other things. Okay, that's better. Kind of hard to get a good screenshot of that, to be honest. I could splice it together in Photoshop if we wanted. Oh well. I'll just get a screenshot of some of this. Better than nothing. These fixes make it easier to read and separate what's going on at each section of the function. While not all spaghetti, it's perfectly capable of being mitigated. We can do our best to minimize the crossing of wires. It's better than nothing. You know what? I think I will make this a header, but I'll try to use... Yeah, we'll just use heading twos. Fuck it. Change my mind again. Okay, what's the next section that we want to do here? Functions and local variables reduce memory overhead. How do we explain this? This is more like just, hey, don't store it as a global variable in like a blueprint if you don't need it as a global variable. While it can be extremely convenient and easy to store information in, say, a blueprint itself, depending on the complexity of the project, this can introduce sizable memory overhead if done incorrectly. This is where functions and clever use of local variables can help significantly. Maybe a good rule of thumb is it seems, I guess, common sense to only store what you need to store. But also you should probably only store, or you should try to store things in efficient ways as well. How do we word this? I would need a good example. I think that overusage of event graphs can often lead to this problem because you can't put local variables in an event graph, so you can only call something that is global or something that is pulled off of an event call. Or, I guess, a function, but generally speaking, if you want to try to store something and use it later in an event graph, you're pretty much forced to use global variables. Now, I tried to avoid this where possible, and there aren't, I think, very many good examples of me doing this poorly. Oh, this is interesting. I have like a telekinetic grab functionality. Jesus Christ. What's the point of doing this? Just... Ugh. Look at this one. They put the actor rotation. It is... Oh, it's got... What a mess. What a fucking mess. This is actually exactly where a local variable would help. I mean, we could even go one step further in the documentation here and just say function local variables reduce memory overhead as well as making cleaner code. Or as well as making code cleaner might be the more grammatically correct way to put it. We could take a screenshot of this and clean it up with local variables to show how it can make this much cleaner to see and to visualize. Let's use the following function from Stackobot, or from the Stackobot template as an example of how local variables can make code cleaner. I mean, I would like to also have one where we show how it can reduce memory overhead too. But at least we can do this one first, then we can do one up here about memory overhead. With the components being pulled in as variables, we can avoid a lot of spaghetti by calling them specifically where needed, instead of dragging out from the input node. Additionally, we can take some of the information, like the sphere, radius, component bounds, and push it to a local variable for reusable manipulation. Both of these will positively impact readability. So let's do that. Let's call this sphere radius. Let's do this first. Just do this real quick so they're here. I don't mind connecting the origin bounds like this. It's a little imperfect, but we could also just... It's more optimal not to reuse it again because it'll have to call it again, as opposed to just calling it once and grabbing this information from the last call. So it's okay if we do that. Do that. Much easier to read. And then you can more easily segment that up because you have fewer wires, going on every which way. You can easily segment that up into comments to help segregate off that logic. Obviously, yes, it takes more space, but that also just makes it easier to see what specifically is happening along that chain of logic. Okay, reducing the overhead. I could make a bad blueprint specifically just to then clean it up. There, you know what? There might be a case in Into the Chasm where I could have put something into a function and didn't. Especially here. These should probably ideally all be functions. Although some of it is relevant to have globally, but it can also be set globally from the function. This is a little bit jank here. Some of it you can't help, you know, especially when you have the... You can't fix how those are output. You have math nodes, and math nodes are always a piece of shit. I think it'd be more ideal for me to make just a bad blueprint. And then just fix it up as an example. A good example might be setting like a character reference when we can just grab that in the moment. And then we can just check. I know I have a tick available here, right? Be on ground. I thought we had a tick trace check here. Oh, we must store tick trace in the game instance. Browser didn't say you were live? Oops. Is it Opera GX? With the Twitch extension? Because sometimes it doesn't update for me. A little bit spotty with how it works. Yeah, it does that for me sometimes too. And I'll have to like click on it to see it actually update, or sometimes it just doesn't tell me the right information either, and I'll go to Twitch and I'll see that people are online that the thing doesn't tell me are online. I don't know what it checks. Spotty. Spotty. Let's just make a box collider here. We can do found teleport. Let's set teleport. We could specifically rework this pretty easily just by throwing it in a function and showing that we can reduce the memory overhead of the game by, well, not only reduce the memory overhead, but if that character reference should ever invalidate for any reason, then the reference here is going to invalidate, which then nullifies the functionality. But if we always grab the most relevant character reference, then we can prevent that issue from happening. Below is a mocked up example of setting a character reference in a blueprint, which can of course make it easier to call later on, as seen in the box collider example. However, this also forces every instance of this blueprint to store a reference to the current player character. First, when you finish the basis of a map, just to realize everything is off scale when you hit play for misjudgment. I've done this. Yeah, I've done that. I did that with Cauldron Chronicles. And we just kind of rolled with it. But that's why the scale of the game feels like you're a little bit of a miniature walking around on a larger map. And I guess, I don't know, it kind of worked, but... You know, you're sitting above the map, setting up the level, and everything just... It looks smaller than it probably is. And so you kind of have this inclination to just scale it up a bit so you can see it easier. Not realizing that, you know, it's about as big as the player. So I need to get better with that. Yeah. Well, you can up the player size, but that can negatively affect other things too, especially how people like perceive physics and stuff. Just depends on the game. Sometimes that'll work, sometimes not. You can. This increases the memory overhead. Let's put that below. This increases the memory overhead of the blueprint. And if the player's character should ever be invalidated or destroyed and remade, this function or this event will fail to work. What we can do instead is make a function. And then we'll push this to a function. Let's just call it something simple as nullify player teleport on overlap. And we need to pull in an actor ref to that. Okay, we'll make a local variable for character ref. That would have been specifically, we would have to, hold on. We can grab player character here. Promotes a local variable. Hard to avoid a little bit of spaghetti sometimes. This is what it is. And then we don't need this anymore. Oops. Oh, it's because they're named the same thing. Hold on. Fun bug. Hey, Fluffy Panda. How's it going? How long it take to make Coin Pusher Realm? Years? You mean the Reloaded? Like, how long did it take us to make Coin Pusher Reloaded, the game currently on Steam, or how long will it take us to make Coin Pusher Realm, our new game that we're working on? The new one? It's too early to say how long it'll take to make. I think we can get to early access in fewer than 2 years, 100%. But before we prototype, it's going to be really hard to estimate that. Since there are inevitably things that we're missing and don't know how to accurately predict. There are other things that we don't know how to solve yet, so we don't really know how to predict how much time it'll take to solve them. It would be nice if by the end of 2026 we could have something ready to take to early access. Finishing it from there is also a bit of a question mark because we don't know how much work we'll have to do to address player feedback. Too early to say at this moment. But I think for the full game, yeah, it's going to take us over 2 years to make. But we can start to recuperate some money probably by next year. Should be nice. It would be very nice. Maybe I can finally take my honeymoon that we weren't able to take. Any vacation, to be honest. Ugh. So a game I make game under a year. I was curious what happens on large projects. I mean, you can make a solo game that takes 1 year. You can do one that takes 10 years. Some people will say that the former option, the one that you're taking, is the better option. I think it depends. I don't want to take 10 years to make a game, but I don't mind taking 2 to 3 years if the game is going to be larger in scope, higher quality, a bit more finished. It just depends. I agree. It depends on the game and it depends on your setup. If you're willing to risk 2 to 3 years of work or even more, God forbid, then I suppose go for it. But making 1 year games, smart. It's also smart. By moving this to a function, we reduce memory overhead by eliminating the global variable also serves to make our event graph cleaner. Ren says, don't do that also every successful game. Yeah, it took us 6 years. Yeah, I think that there's some merit to using small projects and replication of systems from other games, right? Like, hey, just make Pong, you know, make these small things as a way to learn. However, or as a way to help you mentally segregate smaller ideas before jumping into a large project that needs you to put all the pieces together, right? Because I think that a lot of game developers who start out might be able to make in a vacuum 1 or 2 systems. But getting even two systems to connect and interact with each other, in my opinion, is way more complicated than just making one system that's contained. So there is some merit to that recommendation, but at the same time, that larger project can provide the motivation that you need to keep working and keep pushing and learning. But at the same time, most likely if you try to undertake that large project, you will fail. And you will have to refactor or start over from scratch. And if you're okay with doing that, you can eventually push yourself to make that full game, but it's going to take you longer in some ways than had you made systems separately, learned how to do it correctly, and then made your dream game from scratch from all that learning experience. It's just, I don't know, a bit of tit for tat. Yeah, you can make semi-large projects as a learning experience. You don't have to finish it, I agree. Heard Silksong took 7 years, and yeah, and that was from people who know how to make games. Being stored in RAM at all times. And of course, means that our most recent character reference stored in the game instance is the only relevant one to call when we need it. Yeah. I'm happy with that. I'm gonna make it a more simple idea, point A to B, while texting and driving. That's the core idea, nothing too big. Like I've learned from mod development is if you start with a simple idea, you can always expand on that. You can do the opposite if it's a little bit harder sometimes, in my opinion, to reduce a game than it is to add on to a game. So I always like to start from a more simple basis, see how it feels, and if there's room to add something, or if it feels like something should be added, let's go ahead and add it. I don't know if this is a universal truth, it's just the way that I find working to be pretty successful. Which is why for us, like for instance, we don't have a lot of like this meta progression in between coin pusher realms, you know, in between the realms that you play. And it's possible that we might want something like that or might need something like that. But also in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, well, it's relatively easy to segregate that progression and add that onto the game if we need to. But rather than planning time to make that, let's make the core gameplay first, because the progression is not part of the core gameplay. It would be more of a bit of a bonus, a bit of added flavor to the player's experience from realm to realm. So let's just see how a realm feels. That's the main point. And then if we need to add that meta progression in, we can add it. But yeah, I get what you mean. And Kenji, I mean, I think what you're doing is really smart, where you had these games you're working on, and I think that you realized that they were a bit too big or a bit too large in scope, and you just immediately shifted. You're like, okay, I've learned stuff, new game, bit, smaller in scope, which is exactly how you should do it. You killed your baby. You can always come back to it and remake the game from scratch if you want to, or make it better. I mean, that's what Coin Pusher Reloaded was we took a game that I made 8 years ago and said, let's do it again, but better. No one's stopping you. All right, what's the next thing? Pure functions, that's an easy one to talk about. Using pure functions to assist with clean and reusable code. Yeah, it's all just a learning experience. I mean, the more if you ever just, you all know who I'm going to be talking about when I say this, but if you spend so much time in documentation that you're never actually in engine, you're not going to get anything done, really. And you can only go so far with that theory, which is maybe a bit rich of me to say while I'm sitting in documentation today. But you can't just, throw around your game idea for 6 months or even a year and not actually prototype anything. It's likely that your documentation and design at that point is going to be so irrelevant to your skill set and to your capabilities. The best thing to do is just take an idea, jump into the engine, make it as far as you can. If you hit a brick wall, so be it. Learn from hitting that brick wall and what you did wrong, introspect a bit, make new game. Hit a brick wall, learn from it, and keep doing that until eventually you won't hit any brick wall that you can't overcome. And that's when you actually successfully make a full game from start to finish. And there's plenty of examples in my own work of hitting brick walls and just, all right, next game. Here was one of the first ones I made, which was that little, idle Darkest Dungeon game. It was just a little idle game. I hit a brick wall with this, with being unable to properly figure out how to load a character's and modify a character's stats with all these different trinkets and all this stuff, and it just became too challenging to manage. So I hit a brick wall, I learned a lot, and then I worked on making something else. I don't know what it was after that. Is this Alcahest? Yeah, but that's a project, not an actual thing. Quaternions. Your message got blocked because you fucking said Quaternions. Too much spaghetti? Yes, exactly. It was too much spaghetti. Don't worry, I'll allow it. Oh, we made this. We made this little noir alleyway game. And I made this with an artist. And we learned a lot from this, but we kind of hit some brick walls as well. And she had to go do her own work anyway, so. Little 2.5D game. So that was nice. We learned a lot with that. And you just keep going. You just keep trying stuff, keep learning, keep pushing your boundaries, and eventually you'll just make something that works. Oh, I made the choose your own adventure thing too, but the management of the data behind the scenes was really annoying. But that did teach me a lot about how to deal with data and make a lot of data handling functions. That was useful. Making text-based games in Unreal, yeah, that's all I could do. Because I didn't know how to do any of the art stuff, and yeah, that was my limit. But I'm getting better with that stuff. I think, you know, for Golden Chronicles, that was my first experience actually making, like, a world, a level. This is my first time using the foliage tool. It was my first time really messing with like characters and animation. It was my first time for a lot of stuff in Unreal in Golden Chronicles, and I didn't do a lot of it very well. But I'm still happy with what we made, and I still think it's halfway decent, though very imperfect. Programming physics in this prototype physics is generally very important as cars use physics to feel good. Glad I did the last one as I learned a lot about vectors and quaternions. Yeah, I mean, I think that you're doing the right thing. It's kind of annoying because you'll see people on like Twitch or on Twitter or whatever making these crazy games themselves and alone. Ignore it. It's fucking noise. More than 2 successful people can exist in the game industry at one time. Just ignore them. Don't worry about it. Keep working. You'll be one of those people eventually. Is that because you blocked the word in that previous stream as a joke? Yeah, I did. Yeah. I have a lot of PTSD with quaternions, and I hate that a lot of the work that I do in Unreal, I have to use quaternions. Fuck quaternions. Okay, pure functions. What's a good way to define a pure function? I know what pure functions are. I don't know a good way to define them. Let's paraphrase somebody else. Always produce the same output and has no observable side effects. Doesn't modify any external states such as global variables, input data, or perform operations. Predictable, highly reusable, easier to test and reason about because they are isolated from the rest of the program. Interesting. But you know, that's the funny thing is that you can tell Unreal to have a pure function. Yeah, math functions are great examples. But I wonder if it warns you if there is going to be that. I wonder if I've just been avoiding errors with pure functions this whole time. Like if I try to make a pure function that modifies a variable in some way, I guess maybe as like a reference. Maybe if you pass by reference, it might tell you that it can't be a pure function. I'll have to learn more about pure functions. Yeah, it changes the data of an object passed into it. Write to the console, read from a file, or perform network requests. Interesting. I guess it does really help to isolate potential problematic areas. Because you can kind of have a bit more safety and insurance about your pure functions compared to impure. Let's see if I can paraphrase this in a good way. Pure functions are functions that have predictable, reusable outputs and don't modify, reusable outputs and don't modify input data or data outside of their scope. I mean, there's plenty of examples we can see of pure functions as well here, without the executors. These functions are often very compact and are extremely useful when needing to grab or manipulate data without the space and overhead of a function with... Yeah, but can you have execution in a pure function? Isn't it just by default they don't show them? Yes. I wonder if I could break that in any way. Because this is a pure function, right? I guess we would just not be able to pass this by reference. Or I guess we can? I don't know. You would think that this violates what a pure function should be. I don't know. I need to learn more about them. Pure functions are commonly used with mathematical expressions. And getters, as you can see in some examples below. And I'll just do quickly a show of different mathematical expressions maybe as peers, and then an example of some of our custom ones. Get player character, get game instance. I do use compact node titles here. Maybe it would be easier to not have the compact node, just for the sake of showing it. I'm obviously not going to push any of these to main. Okay, those are some custom ones. And we can do, I don't know, get actor bound. That's a peer. What's a good mathematical function that we can pull off here? Maybe like a dot product? Technically one? Just with a compact node title. Actually, any multiply too is gonna be one of those. Potentially. Unsure about that one. There's one that'll work. Built in. Custom. Good enough. Getters and setters. When handling data, both storage and manipulation, or we should say when storing, checking, or manipulating data, getter and setter. Is this music? This is Witcher 3, sir. Have you never played Witcher 3? One of the best games of the last... Wait. It might be older than that. It might be older than a decade, actually. How old is Witcher 3 these days? Look, it's $8 on the sale. Pretty incredible. It is over 10 years old. Wow. What a shame. $10 for the whole edition. Everyone's fave. And honestly, I think that Witcher 3 had some of the best DLC in any game that I have ever played. Look at that. Look at those reviews. 97 to 100 on Blood and Wine. 95 to 92 on Hearts of Stone. For $10, you can get one of the best experiences that I think gaming can offer. What a game. Also, Yennefer is the best waifu. Blood and Wine was cool. I really like that. I wasn't expecting the expansions of the game to be so good. They were very, very fairly priced too. I mean, Hearts of Stone was $10 on release. Blood and Wine was $20. Way, way better than it was worth. You prefer Triss? Get out. You're banned. When storing, checking, and manipulating data, getter and setter functions and assist in the process to make it much easier. I'm wondering if... Let me load up Coin Pusher Reloaded in this case, since we have a lot of that. I don't think we have too much into the chasm yet for getters and setters. Not really a whole lot of data in that game. Of course I use my own game music, why wouldn't I? I think it's good music. What am I supposed to do, just... I paid a lot of money to get Colden Chronicles as main theme made. I'm gonna include Colden Chronicles. We were lucky enough to get Coin Pusher Reloaded's theme song for free. But Colden Chronicles was expensive. Oh, I didn't organize any of my new functions here. A little bit ugly. Jesus Christ. Below are examples of simple or of a simple getter and setter set. Which provide a lot of utility. Too many of functions we used in the game. Simple getter. This is not the most simple. Depending on the game that you make, you may not need to do checks for like, you know, the player having a negative amount of something or failing if the player doesn't have enough, but I don't know, there's plenty of examples of both. Let's see if we can find a place where this is used. Because most likely we do a quick grabber and then a quick update if the player actually has gold bars. Both of these functions are stored in our blueprint function library, with our getter being a peer function. Makes them extremely easy to call all around the project. And reliable in the case that we might have a bug in one of them. They reference a stored global variable in the game instance, meaning that we always have this information available, even if we change levels or reset the player in any way. Let's see here. Yeah, we have it here. Okay, that works. Yeah, and here we can do the game instances as storage of global variables. Let's publish what we have so far, though. Be safe. I don't think everything is worth storing in a global variable in the game instance, but there's certainly a lot of it that is quite useful to store there. I wonder if there's a good visualization of the game instance and where it sits in the hierarchy. No document. How is there not a document for the game instance? Where would this have gone? That's kind of weird. Fuck off. Where did this go? This is from the community though. Just videos. You fuck off, nuh-uh. Your mom. It just deleted the game instance documentation. Maybe there's something from 5.5. Fuck. It's just gone. That's kind of weird. I mean, this is actually kind of a good visualization for it. It's pretty simple. It's from some Japanese website. This one's Korean. And this one's Chinese. Yeah. The Asians have good graphs for it. Kind of annoying. I mean, I can always draw something too. Why not? Is it even worth explaining though with a graph? The game instance is created when your game is launched and is always persistent until the game is destroyed or the game is exited fully. Even between level loads or in-game events such as level failure, player death, etc., the game instance. Hey Rex, writing a whole guide? I am writing a whole guide. It'll be in our knowledge base. I figured that was just easier to do it that way. And then we always have it available. Especially if we hire some new people or whatever. Game instance persists and any data stored on it will persist too. This makes it a very convenient and handy way to hold information that is above the scope of the player and level, such as statistics about the game, even inventory states, depending on the scope of the project. Coupled with getter and setter functions, it becomes extremely easy to store and recall information via a combination of a blueprint function library and a game instance. Do I really need to put anything else there? I don't know. A good video guide would speak many more words than I could put here. And I think that a game instance is most easy to explain via video than it is via text. Especially how to quickly make one, how to set it up, and then how to use all of that. I mean, really it takes like 15 minutes max to explain how to make a game instance in a function library and then how to interact between them. But I think for now, that's enough to put there. Comments and variable tooltips. One that I don't do very much of in my prototyping, but I should do more of. It was time for that. Both blueprint comments and variable tooltips improve readability and understanding of the underlying code, not just for that moment, but also for posterity. Hire someone who doesn't know what a game assist is, you probably should consider hiring someone else. I don't know, you'd be surprised. I've met a lot of people. I mean, there's also some people who know how to use blueprints relatively decently that don't know how to use game instances or function libraries, and so they'll end up storing everything in like the player character or the player controller or something. And I think it's really easy to teach them how to fix that behavior, and it will improve their workflow dramatically. I just think it's easy, right? You're like, oh, the player has, an inventory, so this is part of the player. So let's store that on the player character. And then it's like, well, okay, what happens if you destroy the player character? What happens if you switch pawns? Oops. So, yeah, I mean, I learned the exact same way as well. And that's the way that I used for forever. I think subsystems are a good one too, and you can kind of make subsystems with blueprints. I don't know. Ooh, packages arriving today. I fucking hope so. I have one thing that I bought like 2 years ago that I'm waiting for, and it's a little clip-on thing onto your shirt that will listen and transcribe stuff that it hears. So it's like great for meetings, and then it can use AI to summarize action points of that meeting, notes of that meeting. So I'm like really excited for this, because when I go to business conferences, I can just clip that on and it can differentiate between speakers, and I don't have to like take notes or remember things during the meeting. I can just be like, okay, it's gonna remember it, it'll record it, it'll summarize it, I can look back at my notes later. I'm excited for that. I was like, where'd my shit go when I switch levels, right? You sure it's coming? Yeah, it is. It's been in development for a while. Called the Limitless Pendant. Go beyond your mind's imagination. It's kind of dumb, but really what it is, it's this little wearable pendant, pretty small. Maybe they have it in, yeah, like this. And it's magnetic, and then it will... Not like that invisible... No, it's not the invisible umbrella. It's just a little pendant that is... It's waterproof. Nice and durable. Good battery life. Yeah, it listens to people. And here's the cool thing, is that if it waits for consent, I believe. So if you don't give it consent, it will not listen and transcribe that person. Or if that person wants to remain anonymous, it won't list that person. I don't know. I have to play around with it. But I'm finally getting it. I was actually able to get it for $100. It's now up to 400. So I got it for a pretty good deal. Well, we'll see how it works. We'll see how it works. A life coach. Yeah, I'm gonna pass on the life coach part, but for meetings, I definitely want it. That's one of my biggest annoyances with like doing a meeting online or something, or in person, is just that I have to not only do the meeting, but then remember the things being said, or take notes while I'm, in the meeting, which is just distracting. So it's nice if I can just perform the meeting and let something else handle making the notes and action points. Like, hey, I told this person I would send an email with our playable build or something, or with our budget. And I don't have to remember to do that. It'll just put it in my notes. I don't know why, but the box tells me to ask if I can have sex with you. It's not like that. It's like, it's meant for like meetings. It's very much like a business productivity kind of thing. But it's nice. I'm looking forward to it. See if it works well. If not, I don't know. I guess I lost $100. Could be worse. I could be in jail for murder. It could always be worse. Okay, what were you writing? Both blueprint comments and variable tooltips improve readability and understanding the underlying code, not just for the moment, but also for posterity. When combined with some of the above strategies, especially separating nodes out to have more space, becomes much easier to segregate logical blocks. A good example of this, coin pusher, we obviously just kind of pushed out the door. Get it? Colden Chronicles would actually be a really good example of some of this. I don't know if that project will load normally though. Let's hope it does. Oh. Oh, because I think that was on 5.3, wasn't it? Oh no, it was on 5.4. Except it doesn't have any plugins installed. Fuck. Yeah, that'll break the project. Damn it. Okay, I'll just take something from this and I'll add some comments to it. I don't care. Maybe something like this. Checks if the world has any moving platforms before moving on. Loops through all existing moving platforms in the world. Had to reinstall the Rockstar launcher. Actually installed it on OneDrive. Installed it on fucking OneDrive. Fuck OneDrive. Building a dynamic list of existing. Like OneDrive, it's cheap. Is OneDrive cheaper than Google Drive though? Okay, I'll put it this way. The storage on OneDrive is fine. It's the integration into Windows and forcing you to like use it all the fucking time that I find annoying. $1 a month, really? Yeah, maybe they have different pricing tiers. $5 GB for free. It's different than Google Drive, though. Thanks for distracting me, by the way. God. That's workspace, though. I mean, that looks way cheaper. Well, I don't know how much you get right now, but you can get $2 a month for 200 gigabytes. I don't know what the difference is between standard storage and archive. I don't fucking know what this is, though. I don't know how easy it is to, like, access. Yeah, this is kind of confusing, isn't it? I don't know what the fuck this right now. Mom, chat's distracting me. Building a demo list of found IDs and checking for duplicates. I like Schedule 1. I should play some more, especially since they added the new update. Or I guess not they, but he added the new update. It's just one dude. If a duplicate is found, add it to a duplicate map. What are we doing here, though? Why did I use this duplicate map? What was I doing this for? What was I doing this for? I am looking forward to the Steam standalone, a Microscape. Taking an ID and a unique actor, otherwise finding the ID and the actor associated. Oh, and we're adding each individual. Make sure all actor references are accounted for. If the duplicate map is empty, we can simply exit. Otherwise, print out a warning for each duplicate so that LD can fix it up. It'll work. Okay, and then we'll talk about variable tooltips. Give me 1 second though, I gotta go to the bathroom. Here be. I'm out of food at home. I was like walking around my house late last night looking for some like pretzels or something and I couldn't find anything. I hate being on a diet sometimes. Like where are some fucking pretzels? It's like, well, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't eat them anyway. I just want some pretzels, man. My comfort food. I'm buying some pretzels today. Nobody can stop me. Variable tooltips. Something I do not use enough. I will be honest. I don't know the last time I threw in a variable tooltip. It is not common. Um, you know what? I think that there are some variable tooltips in Into the Chasm. Also known as Go Kill Yourself, the game. I might have added it to some of these. Oh, I don't know though. I don't see anything. Let me check the data layers. Did I add it to these? I did. Oh. I'm so smart. For any variable made in a blueprint, you can assign a description. Yoink! Are you yoinking my work? You can yoink my work. Assign a description that will appear as a tooltip when visible in the editor. This makes it much easier to know how that variable works, or even any quirks. I mean, realistically, it's not just variable, but it can be functions too. Maybe we should say comments and variable slash function tooltips. Or even any quirks associated with it. And we can put, oops. Quick example of the variable. And how that appears in the game. Here's an example with a variable showing how you can improve the understanding of a instance editable variable with a tooltip. And here's an example with a function. We just pick any function. Checks the world for duplicate moving platform IDs, throwing errors to the screen, and log for any found Fixing these up will prevent problems with moving platform event firings. Be nice if that wasn't so chunky. It didn't put it on multiple lines. Oh well. I swear I've seen them put descriptions on multiple lines before. What are they doing to achieve that? Let me try. Couple of /ns. It's weird that that didn't work. It is /n, right? Or is it \n? No, it's 100% /n. Damn it. Oh, now it's joined properly. It's kind of weird. Okay, so I guess it does work properly, but if you don't change the Unreal. What would you expect? Last but not least, categorizing variables and functions. Make it easier to determine. I mean, I feel like we should just even talk about the naming of things too. I'm gonna add that. Maybe I'll put that in that section. Naming and categorizing variables and functions. We'll put it there. Okay, collapsing nodes. Collapsing nodes should simply be avoided in many instances unless it will dramatically cut down on the space being used by blocks of nodes. The challenge and danger of collapsing nodes. Miss Sophie. It's funny people get angry at young people when they say something casually racist, but when an old person does, everyone laughs. I mean, I think the fix is just not to say racist things. Ideally. No matter what it is, there's no excuse. I think a really scary thing, though, is just the amount of racism that I see today that is... how to word it? Masqueraded by an attempt to be morally virtuous. It's kind of scary to me. Just because everyone knows that you can't change an old person's views, it just comes across funny. I mean, some people might just laugh out of like a coping mechanism, like out of awkwardness. Collapsing nodes should simply be avoided in many instances unless it will dramatically cut down on the space being used by blocks of nodes. The challenge and danger of collapsing nodes is that it obfuscates the flow of execution in a way that isn't natural in most coding scenarios. Especially when nesting collapsed code. Too much collapsing can make it easy to get lost in functionality, or it can become easy to overlook a large subset of nodes that may hold problems. I don't know much to say about that, just like let's not collapse nodes too much. Well, I mean, sometimes, like, jokes are different, right? But jokes are jokes. You can make racist or sexist jokes without holding those views. And I don't think it's right to say that people who make those jokes are enabling people to be more racist or sexist. You know, to speak is to risk being offensive, and you can't control whether or not somebody is going to take something very obviously said in jest or for shock value, doing like a stand-up set, and run away with that as if it is something real. You just can't control that. And if you tried to control it, you would eventually find out that you're trying to control all forms of speech. So, yeah, but it's like, you know, let's just say like a comedian like Dave Chappelle, who will poke fun at a lot of racial tension and issues by making fun of black people and white people alike. You obviously know that this is a joke, that he doesn't hold these views in a way that is meant to be damaging. They're meant to poke fun at little inconsistencies or the way that, African Americans and white Americans handle their cultures. You want to word it like that? Yeah, it's just jokes. But then you'll have people who say racist things or sexist things that are clearly they're not joking. They're either trying to write it off as like some moral positive thing. I don't know. You see that a lot with people in the political sphere. And I think that it can be funny to use generalizations or jokes, but it can be harmful to use generalizations as reasons for action. Like, we should do blank because all blank people are like this, or even just saying because blank people are like this. Naming and categorizing variables and functions. Let's start with naming. Naming is an important way to maintain consistency and immediate clarity, and provide immediate clarity for a variable or function's intent and use. For both variables and functions, the general rule is this. Longer, clearer names are better than short and confusing ones. Don't skimp out on a function's name just because it feels like it might be too long. If it clearly and accurately says exactly what it does, then you've done a good job no matter what. You can always rely on condensed node names and function descriptions to fill in any gaps. I think consistency is important to note here too. Is that if you commonly use like the word get in your getter functions, you should always try to use that so that it is consistent and you don't have like a grab function. Yeah, I think a lot of people laugh out of shock and surprise because they don't know what to do in that case. I mean, you see people like making jokes after, people have been hurt or, murdered, and they're doing it as a way to cope. I think you can clearly tell somebody's like making a joke to be mean and one who's making a joke to try and cope with some trauma that's happened. Everybody has different coping methods for trauma, and sometimes humor, smiling is one way, and other people, you know, cry and break down. Other people just kind of are shocked and have vacant expressions. Everybody's got different ones. But I agree. If you want to convert someone's view in that way, empathy and understanding is key to that. I mean, if somebody legitimately has racist views, you need to understand where those views come from. And if you immediately just segregate them and compartmentalize them away from society, or like ban them from a platform, it's not going to change their views. I'm not saying that you need to allow it, but that a lot of people's views like that come from some trauma that happened, right? Like when they were young, maybe a Latin American guy robbed them and shot their father or something. That's going to cause some trauma, and it can often lead to very hateful, generalized views of an entire subset of people. I mean, we see that, I think, nowadays with some, not all, but some Republicans in the US, their views of Latin Americans. And conversely, too, we see that aimed at every culture, and I guess you could say race or ethnicity. There's just no race, ethnicity, or culture that is free from anybody thinking bad things about them. I mean, during COVID, you had people attacking Asian Americans because they, quote, looked Chinese. Like, Jesus Christ, man, people are... I don't know. I don't know if there's ever a way to fix that permanently. I wish there was, though. Oh, don't worry, I'm just coping. It's interesting to talk about, though, just the human nature and response to these sorts of things. What did I say that I wanted to touch on that it wasn't related to naming and categorizing? It was something. Hold on, I'll remember it. Consistency, that's what it was. Thank you. It was consistency, that's right. Oops. Both naming and categorizing is consistency. Good example is your getter and setter functions. Use the word get and set consistently, or find words that fit better for you and your team and use only those. Inconsistent usage can lead to confusion and frustration, or not even knowing that a certain function exists just under an inconsistent name. Do it. And also, you can get a 50% off a yearly plan of Proton Pass. I've been using it for a while, and I really like it. I like it more than my old password manager. It's extremely responsive and has some really nice functionalities, like dark web alerting for breaches and telling me what was breached in different breaches, telling me weak and reused passwords, and I can of course set up two-factor authentication. It's very nice. I highly recommend it. In addition to naming, categorizing can assist with the segregation of topics and focuses in your blueprints, which is not only useful for behind the scenes coding, but also for when you have instance editable variables, as those categories and orders are shown in the details panel. Hey Cookie, do you have the time? Yeah, it's time to get a watch. Listen to me whine about nothing and everything all at once. What are you whining about? So maybe I can join in on it, depending on what it is. Here you can see some instance editable variables that are categorized. And named as accurately as possible. This is a good example, actually, I think. I could add the little quirk too with where do I want to put this? Maybe below here. Two additional factors that we often use at MicroRaptor Games when naming variables and functions. Booleans are always prefaced with a lowercase b, which will appear invisible in the editor when visualizing the variable's name. And I'll pull an example of this. I have one here. Did you want to whine, Huge Cookie, or are you typing? Or did you just say that? Like, nah, I changed my mind. Oops. The Green Day song? Oh. Wake me up The same thing. I haven't listened to Green Day in a long time, man. Oh, that was the edgy emo shit when we were kids, wasn't it? Was Green Day. Mom, just let me listen to my Green Day. I was thinking, you know, when you walk a lonely road, sometimes it is the only one that you've ever been on. Were you thinking he was gonna whine? Yeah, I was like, I mean, if you still want to whine about something, I mean, go ahead. There's plenty to whine about. We live in a very imperfect world. Except for the people that I agree with politically, and myself. Those are the only perfect things in the world. Everything else is wrong. Is there like a term for this sort of naming where, because obviously show base in game. No, this is the way to do it. Separate words. Variable and function names do not have spaces, and instead capitalize words separately. Similarly to the above note, this will automatically add spaces for visualization purposes. But helps us keep our naming conventions consistent. You can see this with the Boolean be show base in game above, which then gets visually shown as show base in game. I started reading a new book last night, and I'm quite liking it so far. It's actually from J.K. Rowling under her pseudonym. And I'd always been interested in reading the book series, but I never had before. The Cuckoo's Calling. First in a detective series. Oh, it's called Camel Case. Really? Camel Case. I never knew that. Oh, but that's where you don't capitalize the first one. I capitalize the first one personally. Upper camel case? Oh, upper camel case referred to a joined phrase where the first letter of each word is capitalized, including the initial letter. So that's upper camel case. I know you don't have to capitalize the first, but I do capitalize the first. There's some variations, it looks like. Capitalized words, cap words. Interesting. You capitalize first for readability? Yeah, I do the same thing. Also, how you doing? I will link to this. We prefer to use what's called upper camel case when naming or a naming convention. Thank you for telling me that. I always knew it was called something. Never looked up what it was actually called. This is the only case where we don't capitalize the first letter of a variable or function. I could just say that we only name our variables one letter long, and A through Z, and once you run out of letters, you can't put any new variables in. Do you write that to get a second Devon board? This is actually, Rex asked for this, but I think it'll just be useful for anybody that joins. This way we can have some consistency with the way that we blueprint and write our logic. It's kind of like it's like making a code architecture, but I'm doing it for like blueprint architecture. Well, that pretty much covers everything that I would want to talk about here. I was going to write like a little overview. This article covers a general blueprinting architecture that we use for our games to make our blueprints consistent and readable, well as friendly. I probably shouldn't put a comma there. As well as friendly to newer developers. I don't really have anything else for the overview. Just leave it. Leave it. It's self-explanatory. I wanted to put in a little fix here for our own documentation about the invalid structure warning. But I need to create an invalid structure warning. So let me just not save this for the moment. I will reload this. And we'll cause a bug. My favorite. If I actually have structures into the chasm, I think I do. I think my checkpoints are structures. Data checkpoint structure. Let's add a new variable. I believe this will cause a structure error. Hey, changing structs afterwards, there is a way, yeah, there is a way to fix it. And I'm going to show you a way to prevent it. And I'm going to document it because it's something that Epic still has not fixed. Very annoying. At least as far as I know, it hasn't been fixed in 5.7, but I will have to check in 5.7. Always some extra work. It is. Did I cause it with this? Usually adding a new one won't always cause it. Okay, it did. Here we go. When editing structures in... It's not really a blueprint structure. You may often need to modify, add, or remove variables. On the surface, this may seem safe or easy, but there's a very sinister bug that can be caused, which will not prevent your game from compiling or running, but will lead to errors in your game that are difficult to trace down. You may notice at the start of your project, or you may notice when you start up your project, errors that look like the following. These errors are indicative of structure changes that have not refreshed nodes that use these structures, leading to the Faxib, thank you for the follow. And thank you for the fart too. Your carpal tunnel is tunneling. I had a little bit of that over the weekend after the 24-hour stream. These errors are indicative of structure changes that have not refreshed nodes that use these structures, leading to the, yeah, you can't bait me, huge cookie, you liar. Leading to the errors, or leading to errors that may adversely affect your gameplay. I should note too, by the way, that this will prevent your game from building these errors. Additionally, these errors will prevent your game from building correctly. You can PIE, you cannot build. Let's put I'll do this. Overview section. And then we'll do preventing and then fixing. Use structures and interfaces, you also have to go into every BP who has the interface and just have to reload the function that contains the structures. That's for fixing, but there is a way to prevent it from occurring in the first place. But yes, fixing existing errors. Fixing the existing errors is as easy as going into the offending blueprints and graphs, selecting all of the nodes, and simply performing a refresh. Do this to all offenses, and then close and reload the engine, and all errors will be gone. Ideally, however, you perform the steps listed in preventing so that this is not necessary. To prevent this issue from occurring in the first place, there's a simple procedure that can be followed that will guarantee this error will never occur. Before you, Not the right way to spell that. Before you intend to change your structure, make sure to perform a complete save of everything. Make the change in your structure and save only the structure. Close the engine, ignoring all prompts to save anything additional. Reload the engine and double check for the errors in the log. They should not appear with this methodology. That's it. That's the way to prevent it. Very simple, it's annoying, and I wish they would fix it. We can display it now, though. I can show you guys what it looks like. Get out of here. Fucking FIFA. So of course, when we added the boolean and we saved everything and closed the engine, we got the error, right? We don't have the error right now because we don't have anything there. We can go into our data, our checkpoint. Everything is saved, of course, we just loaded this up. Let's add the variable, save only this, close, don't save. It might crash to tell you that it crashes. It's fine if it does that. Just wait a couple seconds, reload the engine. And you'll have no structure errors. I wish I could claim to have found this out myself. I didn't. I found it buried beneath so many forum posts trying to figure out the reason for this. Somebody just said, oh yeah, just don't save anything it tells you to, and then just reload the game. And it works every time. And you know, the best part about that is that you then don't have a whole bunch of like empty changes in your changelog in your version control software, which is what happens if you have to do the refresh node fix. And that way you can cut down on the number of files being updated when you just change a structure. So very simple. Just requires a little bit of preventative measure. I'm happy with it. I'll post these to our team and see what they think, and hopefully it helps. And now CPR 10 is finished. Blueprinting guidelines documentation is done. I should have moved that over to in progress, but I forgot to. Oopsies. Coin collectible physics. Yeah, I do want. This is our showstopper. Criticality. We definitely cannot go further with things until we figure out whether or not we can fix the physics in small objects. There were very weird things though with Coin Pusher Reloaded and how the game acted with how do I word it? If you guys were watching us develop Coin Pusher Reloaded, you would know that we had to put a fake cube on the table, which acts as the actual surface that the coins slide on. And it was because the coins didn't seem to, for some reason, like the underlying mesh of the table, and neither Rex nor I could figure out why this was occurring. It'd be easier if I just loaded up. I like to figure out why it occurs. And then we can put that in our technical design document once we figure it out. But it's this here, and if this is removed, the coins do not slide as well, and it's very noticeable. So this is with it on. You should notice that coins slide very consistently out towards the edge here, and you don't really get a whole lot of like piling up or coins pushing up on each other. And note that the table and the white cube use the same physical material, which is used here because these are physics objects. So like I said, you don't really get a whole lot of like piling up of things. If we remove the cube though, we end up with a big piling up here after a little bit of gameplay. And it's most noticeable in the statistics of the game itself. But it does take some time to actually like pile up here. And it's very weird. Okay, I'll just spam these real quick. Let's let them push. I should have done this for the first one, but you can see here the stats for gains and losses is we have quite a considerable, well, not a considerable amount, but it's pretty equal, but we have 59 to 77 for gains to losses. And we'll do it then one with the cube. Oh, that credit card is gonna get in the way. Imagine if Trump became a streamer. Hey, the man's entertaining. Not in the ways that I would want a president to be entertaining, but you know, it's like when you ask a girl, like, "Hey, do you find me handsome?" Or like, "What do you find handsome about me?" And they'll say something like, "Oh, you have really nice ears." And you realize that she's basically just calling you ugly, but not trying to like say it outright. That's how I kind of feel with Trump sometimes. Like, he's entertaining. What's our ratio here? Although we did get some nice drops of like a big coin and a coin roll. It's pretty similar. Dude, Rex and I, we've tested this so many times, and the gains to losses with the white cube were like incredibly huge, and we can't even figure out why it happens. It's so inconsistent. I wonder if it's like a physical material issue or something. But both the coins have their own physical material, and the table has its own physical material. Is the cube actually applying? It is visible, it should be. I don't think we're deleting it or anything. Well, we did have to make the coin meshes pretty big compared to what a actual coin size would be. And after we fixed the size of these, I think that the performance was much better. And we simplified their collision too, if I remember correctly. Yeah, we set the collision to be the same as the old coins, which was also a big help. But I'm kind of wondering if there was anything better that we could do here, or if something from the collision mesh was causing an issue with the table collider. I'll try to open up here. A little bit hard to see. I don't know if Rex is still watching, but I know that we tried to simplify this mesh and to make it more complex, and it didn't really seem to do much. Oh, there's Rex. I only know that he and I could not find a reason for why default white cube worked so much better than the regular table. It was so confusing. I think more than confusing, it was just inconsistent for us, wasn't it, Rex? Like, we couldn't find any real consistency other than cube seemed to work better than the default table mesh for pushing coins. Yeah, we even like triple checked it. Just because of the texture's roughness, it shouldn't be. I mean, they're physics objects, so we know that the coin is using its simple collision. You can't use complex for physics objects. I mean, we could try to set up no material. We could just try things. I wish we could get our hands on like Havoc or something. But unfortunately, this is not really cheap. Because in my experience, Havoc has worked pretty well for smaller objects. I did see something, Rex, and I don't know if we can actually even use this, but Niagara particles. I also saw somebody mention that maybe using the, like, registering them as, oh god, what was the word? Like bullets. Like there's a separate system that provides more accurate physics registration. So I'm wondering, like, maybe? Where did we see that? It was like yesterday or something, or Monday? Wait. Yesterday was Monday. I don't know. I mean, this is like, yeah, this is fucking 50,000. Unfortunately, so this is not gonna happen. Use them yourself for bullets. That's what I'm wondering. I'm wondering if we can register them under a different system than the generic collision system. And maybe get better results. And maybe even better performance too in some cases. Yeah, it's fucking expensive. I wish they had like a pricing for indies. Really unfortunate. No, we're not getting this. Not for this project at least. Plus it's per product too. What's really unfortunate too is that I think Havoc physics for Unity are built in. Like, you don't have to pay anything to get Havoc physics in Unity. I could be wrong about that. Well, I guess the benefit of it, if you could even get it to work, which I don't think that I don't know if you can, would be that you could offload the physics to the GPU, which may not be, well, it depends on the project. Sometimes I guess that could be more performant or more useful. But I don't know how we would just tell a static mesh to be a Niagara particle. Seems pretty advanced. Niagara chain physics and collision on permanent particles. I have no clue, Rex. I mean, you would know more than I would. Turns out the dyne of particle penetrated the surface for too long. Rest state. There's still a issue with particles dying unexpectedly, but I bet that's been fixed. This is from 2022. Set up a mesh particle system and only let it sit on GPU. I mean, if you know, because any of you who know anything about this know more than I do. Do you think it's possible to make our coins run on Niagara? And do we believe that it would actually provide better physics than the default physics system? Max coin count? Well, it would be for all collectibles. So let's say a couple hundred. I don't think it would be more than a couple hundred. Maybe 3. Well, what we really need is just accurate. I don't want to rely on chaos physics. Is really what it comes down to, because I don't think chaos works very well for high amounts of items, and in addition to that, I don't think it's very accurate for smaller objects. What is if Requinas collision lays on the table can be a pain, but I would just test. There's this guy here explaining Niagara collisions. Yeah, I guess you would have to just spike it and test it out. Dude is huge, learned everything from. Well, he definitely seems like he knows what he's talking about. A lot more than I do. Yeah, I wonder. Maybe this is something that Rex, you can look into during this first milestone, because I just don't feel like I'll be very knowledgeable about it compared to you. Okay. Let me make sure you're not too overloaded with stuff. Well, we can't do the beautiful corner until we have the mood board. We can't do the asset list till we have the beautiful corner and the block out. So pretty much primarily what's on you right now is then going to be the mood board, and which is not super critical right now. But I would definitely say that this physics issue and figuring out at least what's causing it and ways that we can mitigate it, since the coins are just the backbone of our game and collectibles as a whole. Probably priority number 1. When you start streaming in a few months, will you need to pay for license to use background music? No. But I am using this music without a license. Now, the developers could issue a, you know, a copyright claim on our YouTube, or a strike in worst case, but I have tried to find music that does not get me strikes and sometimes gets me claims. It's usually like the Elder Scrolls music, but I don't monetize, so as long as it's not a strike, we're okay. And taking the mood board so serious. Well, we only need it for realm number 1. So as long as we have the Wild West, and we'll want to get really deep into mood boards for like textures and like stylization for texture, even post-process, you know, what do we want this whole kind of level to look like? How should it be lit, stylization, all that, realistic, whatever. We're gonna want that for sure. But that is not super important yet, just because we first need to make sure that our functional cabinet works, and for our functional cabinet to work, we're gonna need to solve those physics. So I would definitely say that is the highest priority over the mood board at the moment. But we can come back to the mood board once we're done with that. Make the Wild West theme in my sleep. Well, it depends on, you know, we'll have to see it, because I definitely want to sign off on what the textures and buildings will look like as a whole. But we'll start with that with the beautiful corner, because we're not going to make the entire thing at once. We'll just start with the beautiful corner, maybe like landscape materials, and dive into like some of the foliage, and we can just kind of work up bit by bit. What's a mood board? It is imagine like a pin board or a whiteboard where you have all of your little references, either like screenshots, asset packs, videos, color palettes of what you want your game to look like, or a section of your game to look like, so that you can get a clear understanding of how that level is going to look before it's even made. It might include concept art as well, but we don't have a concept artist, so no. We're working in the dark with that. That's okay. Like a mood ring, only you get to lay down in it like a bed. It's like a mood ring. Fucking hell. Oh, it's purple. That means I'm sad, but I don't feel sad. Well, now I kind of do, because it's purple. Classic. I haven't yet seen either 5.7 nanite foliage overdraw, but maybe some people have fucked around with it a bit. Oh, this has overdraw. This is exactly what I was looking for. This is 3 million trees. How many polys do each of the trees have? I don't know. And this is an engine. 3 million trees. I don't think I need 3 million trees. This is very much a stress test kind of thing. Voxel offset visibility change? Oh, it's so you can see the voxels. I see. And then we have the overdraw. I am probably covering the overdraw, but holy shit. Look in the bottom left here. That is ridiculously better than it used to be for foliage. It's just a guy flying his drone over a forest. That is incredible. Look at the tiny amount of overdraw that this guy's getting. It's barely anything. Wow. There's still some issues, as you can see when he gets lower into the forest, but it is definitely way, way, way less than it used to be. In a setup like this, this entire thing would just be on fire. It's photoshopped. That's incredible. It's impressive. I'm impressed with nanite foliage. I think this is the biggest, most important update to nanite since it came out. And then we have the procedural foliage editor too, which I want to fuck around with. I was ranting about UE5, but never see that not only graphics is something where you can see how games improve these days. Well, it's like, I feel like the final plateaus of rendering are so big for us. You know, things like improving the number of triangles you see on a scene. Well, we used to go to great lengths to make sure that you saw as many triangles as possible. But it took a lot of work. Every single scene took a lot of work, especially for consoles. Being able to just throw in your models into the scene and have them work it's a dream for artists and for level designers and level artists. And then we have things like, you know, ray tracing and ray trace global illumination. This was a dream that we could have. So we're just in those final moments where the last few things that will help games look amazing are, in my opinion, not nearly as impactful as visually impactful as some of the things that used to exist. So I don't think players often see like an increase in draw distance, for instance. It's really, really big for the immersive feeling of a game, but it's kind of hard to notice on the surface. You guys in the PC Google what a nuclear power plant for? Actually, I'm curious what he's running this on. It's on a 4080 in editor. I don't know what Nanite's improvements look like out of editor, like in a shipped game, but it has to be at least like 25% better. It's just PCG. It is PCG, but it's specifically a new editor for procedurally generated foliage. So it's basically like SpeedTree, but now you have SpeedTree built into Unreal, which saves a shit ton of money. And if I am thinking about this correctly, it will allow it to work with nanite foliage out of the box. So as long as you can mesh out some leaves, some branches, some trunks, you can just speed tree your way to making a whole forest with different meshes, cook those meshes down into like a skeletal mesh so that they work with wind and whatnot, and it will then work with nanite foliage. So working on my 2D engine, I think it looks pretty amazing for my standards. Hey, number of polygons does not make a great game, or even a great looking game in some cases. Really hard with the 5080 to know how performant your game runs on other systems. True, I agree. Console's LED advantage, being able to use LEDs closer because our eyes are usually far away from the TV with consoles. To some extent. Well, you would always optimize for your lowest performing system, right? And oftentimes consoles, quote, held back PC games. With Nanite and with, you know, a new console generation, this shouldn't be much of a problem. At least for when it comes to triangle count, right? But then we need to optimize shadows, textures, things that really eat into VRAM pretty heavily. But this amount of overdraw is very impressive. don't know if there's anything super recent with the overdraw. There's a little bit here. But this guy is showing a lot of overdraw. I wonder if the overdraw could be bugged a little bit. I mean, because all the performance, because this is bad, obviously. All the performance statistics still show that this is an improvement over 5.6. But I'm very, very curious about this this tree editor. And having them work with wind is really cool too. Static objects have better performance than non-static? Yes. Like, should stuff like roads and buildings be set to static, and if so, why? Yeah, they're better. Just because they're not going to move and they don't need to have any of that overhead. But performance is... I mean, you might have like some really unperformant material on the road or something, and in that case it is worse in performance than something that is non-static, but generally speaking, static mesh it. Most of the times, like, consoles are best for the bucks. Yeah, consoles are incredibly cheap for how much they can provide. Something in this just doesn't look great. Only getting 30-ish FPS. What is he testing this on? Oh, he's using Quixel trees, which is doing the shadow map recalcs. That's one thing. Well, I don't know if you're talking about Unity or Unreal, Kenji, because they might use those same words, but for different reasons. If you don't buy games. Yeah, games on console are expensive as shit. Pixel 1, you were using world offset to animate the wind without distance culling for the animation. This tanks the performance so much. Yeah, that might be it. I think this guy's right. Using world offset to animate, not distance culling for the animation. I wonder why everything was pretty low. I'm not a lazy ass developer who thinks the game making ends at using a free software and forget the optimization, but can upscale a 720p image. I'm just an end user who are really fed up with every single UE5 game looking and running really bad. Okay, kid. Alright, bro. You do you. Yeah, that's really the only thing from this month that went into it. I think people forgot that when Crysis came out, it couldn't run at 1080p at 30 FPS stable on the best GPU available at the time. We're in that era. We're in the era of new improvements to game engines that require, by necessity, a push of the hardware to be even better. We just need to give us some time. Wish that had some info about how many bits were actually in that scene. A lot of these too are testing an engine, and while that's great, I'd love to see the shipping build FPS of the same thing. Like, even with like a static camera, or just, you know, do a quick cinematic run through. I don't know, it's tough calling developers lazy. I mean, look at how much work is needed just to understand one thing. It's a very complex engine. It is more complex than most engines available on the market. And out of the box, it looks better than most engines on the market. Just that, rather than like something with like Unity, where you might have to do extra work to make it look as good as Unreal, you have to then actually know how to optimize it further in order to make that optimization. It is a lower barrier of entry, but if you don't know what you're doing, you cannot, you're not going to be able to optimize. Anybody can load up this Unreal 5.7, figure out probably how to add in some trees, and maybe even make a build with the first person character walking around this. And yeah, it's going to look great. But then say, okay, well, now optimize the scene. And how do you tell them about overdraw and world position offset, all these advanced things that you might have to do that aren't supported out of the box in Unity? So if you don't have them, it's because you didn't know how to make it. But in Unreal, it's just there. I don't know if it's laziness as much as, rather than having to know the knowledge to accomplish things in other engines, you have to know the knowledge to turn them off in Unreal. Yeah, but looks is different. I mean, getting like an 8K texture to show is different than rendering 300 billion triangles on the screen. Put it that way. And one of these engines allows you to do that out of the box, and one of them doesn't. Some people will also sell it as a horror game. I was thinking the same thing, RefX. I was thinking I'm just like, dude, I basically just said Slenderman. But in-editor performance just isn't helpful to me because I don't know what to make of that. It's still impressive. It's still impressive, but I'd like to see performance in a build version of the game. However, that overdraw is fucking good. That is incredible overdraw. Oh, he switched back to the old. Okay, so this is with voxelization, and he switched it back to the old method. And that's the normal amount of overdraw that you can expect in 5.6. No, I'm saying that Unity can't look as good, but I should have defined what that means. Unity cannot look as good as Unreal by default. In some cases, in some ways. It's just you don't have the ray trace global illumination, you don't have the nanite, you know, handling your LODs. These are all things that are just out of the box working. It's easier with less work to make Unreal look good than it is to make Unity look good. It definitely boosts it up, but again, it's hard to specifically tell here. I mean, this side view, we're going from like 80 to 90-ish FPS. Down to 70, but then the overhead view, it's having a hard time staying at 60. Again, this is in editor, so it's much lower FPS than you would normally get. Voxelizing it though definitely can push it up to like 80s or 90s depending on the view. So it is very impressive. I wonder how many triangles each of these has. It's at around 3 times better. This is with a RX 7800 XT. How good is the 7800 XT? What's the equivalent? About a 4070. That's pretty good. That's really good. I mean, they're not animated, of course, and you would want to set up that with culling. Well, I agree that looking good is subjective. I agree with that. It's just that I'm not saying Unity looks bad. It's just out of the box. Like I said, Unreal looks better out of the box. That's almost indisputable. If you're going for realistic, good-looking lighting, Unity, you have to work to look better. But you need to know how to do that to get to that point. And in Unreal, it just looks like that, which means you don't have to do any work to get it to that point. But you do need to know how to actually optimize it then. So you might get a more optimized game by default with Unity just because it isn't going to be utilizing those resources in the same amount. And yet you'd have to make those custom shaders in Unity to make them look good, whereas I can just get Ultra Dynamic Sky, throw it in a scene with some Quixel Megascan shit that I got for free, and, you know, that's where we're at. And even the default shaders of Unreal actually look pretty damn decent too, even without UDS. Unreal Engine 4, however, no. I don't really know what nanite assemblies is though. Reference thousands of static meshes inside a single nanite powered static mesh. Oh, so it's kind of like it converts the entirety of your PCG generation to a single mesh. That's pretty cool. And I mean, having tools like this built into Unreal, it's not going to help the lowest of the low creations become more optimized, but it is going to make them look better. Asset store variation? I don't know. I think Fab's pretty good. Depends what you're looking for. You play Clash of Clans? I don't. I don't play any of those multiplayer games on mobile. It's a nice looking tree trunk with the vines growing up it. Very pretty. And the atmospheric fog. I like that. I'd love to get better at PCG as a whole. But yeah, this is just referencing trunk, 3 branches, and 3 leaves. And it's all made with that. Which means that, you know, you're only referencing 7 static meshes for this entire, you know, the entire scene from the foliage point of view. And that means that you're only loading up maybe 5 or 6 base textures and probably, you know, an additional, let's put it this way, you're not going to be loading up more than 50 textures with this setup for just the trees. And that's pretty impressive. Well, you can do the same thing in Unreal too, Kenji's. And you can even make them work with the editor itself through editor blueprints. And then you can push it to a plugin or just leave it as is. And stuff like this. Make editor utilities. It means you can make tools within the engine itself. Any realistic variation of trees won't be that expensive either. Yeah, and especially if with the nanite assembly, you're going to be pushing them into a single mesh. I think if you do it correctly, if you go with like PCG foliage generation, push it to nanite assembly, and then carefully craft tree variations and bush variations using a small subset of static meshes, I feel like you could make an extremely dense forest in very small amount of time, and it'll run very well. That's incredible. Yeah, you can write in Python and Unreal too. Yeah, you're right. I think there's a Lua. There's Lua support for Unreal too. I think some of the C++ documentation is pretty good for Unreal. Just depends. Why does it show horrible overdraw? You can actually do C# in Unreal 5 as well. That's pretty good frame time in editor for this. They're not wind animated though. Interesting. And even the overdraw is not super optimized. I don't think this is voxelizing. Or these pine trees are just really poorly set up. Because, I mean, if you looked at the needles here, they were like just long squares. These are probably not very optimized for nanite. If there's any memory difference problems with implementation, well, this acid is just one-click option with foliage painter. Some of these requires a lot of complicated process, just plant on level. Yeah, but I guess what you should be using is nanite assemblies with voxelized, well-made PCG trees. And if you do that properly, you can probably end up with a very dense forest that runs like a dream. No, I mean, stick with the engine that works for you. There's no right or wrong engine. They do have pros and cons, though. We'll just have to try it out. I mean, I don't know, we'll take some time to figure out mega plants, but I'll wait for the full 5.7 release because then they will have some Quixel, I guess mega plants is what they're calling them, that we can use. And maybe we can even try something, Rex, I don't know if you're still watching, but we can try something where we just develop a couple of those branches and leaves and trunks and figure out how we can make our own trees that are well optimized with nanite. We'll figure out the workflow. But I'm not going to jump into that till it's fully out. Well, with Rex, with the procedural generation of the vegetation, we'll both check it out. But it looks like all we have to do is create just a few individual meshes. And then it will dynamically fill that out here, using only maybe about 6 or 7 meshes. Yeah, so this is... And then we can cook these down into static meshes with the procedural tool here. And then it should work out of the box with nanite. And it can build skeletal meshes for applying wind, which is going to be kind of nice. I don't know if he's hooked up wind, though. Oh yeah, he has. That'd be good to learn because I hate making foliage. Yeah, it seems really awesome. Like, it seems that if you just had like a custom-made library, I know this is easier said than done, right? A custom-made library of maybe a couple of different like trunk shapes, leaf shapes, and branch shapes. You can just make an entire like birch forest, for instance, if you like birch trees, and just quickly PCG them and then cook them into a single nanite, what do they call it, assembly mesh, which will make it really optimized for rendering. Oh, and we can do seasons too. Oh, he did seasons. Fuck yes. Oh my god, Colden Chronicles is coming back. UE5 is killing games. Unity is not alright. Woot Dragon, calm down. Here, I'll put a link to this in chat, Rex. Maybe you can give it a watch. I don't know if it's very much like a tutorial as much as it's just an explanation. But I guess there's like this map. Oh yeah, procedural vegetation editor. And then it has a map with some of this stuff already in it. With then the editor for the PCG. And some presets based on data assets. Yeah, so it looks like 5.7, there's a plugin, you enable it, and then there's a map provided by that plugin that you can open with the demo content here made with the procedural vegetation editor, PVE. And all of these are made with basically just these nodes here. Shape, scale, and pruning. Builds the 3D mesh. Reduces skeletal rig complexity. Loads the foliage branches. Allows changing of distribution and then the output. It's fucking wild. Still figuring out 5.3 features, dude. I feel like the same way. Like I just messed around with PCG a couple months ago, and now here's another editor. I just feel like I can't keep up with it. Well, that's cool. Oh wow, look at that. Hold on, I wanna listen.
If I just reset the value to 0, and now I copy the tree, it will just
Never mind. Never mind. We're gonna have to use our eyes for this one, chat. Nah, he's good for making a video, but the mic quality is a little bit old school for me. Oh, the gravity can like sag the branches. Dude, that's so incredible how easy that looks. I kind of want to just fuck around with that today. I kind of want to install it just to fuck around with it. I hate how easy that looks. I'm doing it. Can't stop, won't stop. I wonder if we could do this for like some of the shrubs and bushes in the Wild West region. Or maybe even the cacti. But I don't know how well it would work for a cactus. Maybe it could be good. I don't know. I guess you could like just have some settings and make sure there's only a couple of branches instead of a whole bunch. I mean, so you can make individual instances here, but can you then like have randomizations between certain regions? Like just generate a whole forest where between certain parameter regions you allow the customization to happen? Or would you have to make them individually? To be fair, if you make like 12, let's say you make like a dozen handmade versions, you can make a whole forest from that. Prickly pear would probably be easier than a Seguro. Maybe. You'd have to play around with it. I like that they put the mannequin next to it so you can see scale. That's pretty useful. How did you apply? How did he apply the like? What do these meshes look like? Is it just like a cylinder, a hollow cylinder or something? I want to see that close up. How is that working so well? Okay, you have the mesh. This reduces the skeletal rig complexity. Hey, Imperial. What's up? We're looking at nanite foliage and the new procedural vegetation editor. It's very impressive. Working on level design? Not today, no, but I do want to play around with this editor today a little bit. While I have some time. Yeah, I'm very curious about how it works and how optimized it looks. That's so cool that it can procedurally build the skeletal mesh from it too. Make a tree in Blender, it's not optimized for game engines, it's really hard to texture it. This might be your solution. I don't know if you're working on Unreal, but this might be your solution. It's like Speed Tree, but built into Unreal for free. So impressive. You don't have Speed Tree built in? Thanks for the follow too. Appreciate that. I mean, all the big AAA guys are using Speed Tree. But if there's an actual competitor to that just built into the engine itself, ooh boy. And then this will work with nanite foliage as well, and nanite assemblies. Oh, you don't use it yourself, but you still like the stream? Don't worry. I appreciate having people here. We have a lot of Unity users in chat, and even some Godot users as well. We just like making games. Oh, interesting. Okay, so there's 5 beech branches. There's multiple beech leaves. I don't know if they use those for particles or in the generation of the tree itself. The game about? The new game we're making is like a sequel to our released one, Coin Pusher Reloaded. But we want to make it bigger, better, and put it into more realms than just a generic, like, casino kind of realm. So think of like traveling between different realms, Wild West, fantasy, a haunted hotel. The first one is on Steam. You can get to it with !! Coin Pusher. And it is free. Voyage Distributor. Ethylene Threshold? What the hell is Ethylene Threshold? Okay, it's almost done. We can load it up ourselves. Give it a test run. See how quickly and easily we can figure out how to use it. What does that do? Oh, it trims... Okay, it trims the generation of leaves below a certain threshold. Used Unity before? A little bit, yeah. I didn't really like Unity. But it's gotten much better since I first used it. But nowadays, most of the work that I do in the professional world is in Unreal, so I just stick with Unreal so that I become better at it. It's a good engine, though. There's no bad engine. Only a bad engine for games individually. Wouldn't make a 2D game in Unreal, but I would make a 2D game in Unity. Okay, it's almost done. Let's load it up. Long compile times. How long are the compile times? Let's do 5.7 testing. Oh, it must begin with a... Okay, fine. UE 5.7 testing. Scalable. Good enough for me. I hope all this stuff is default with the plugin. We'll see. All right, let's see. Was it? Yeah, procedural vegetation editor. Enable that, restart. And there should be a map that comes with this. See if we can find it. Here it is. I need to enable nanite assemblies as well. Assembly editor utilities, yes. Displaced, sure. Should be good. Oh, I have to enable nanite foliage in the project settings. Okay. Oopsies. My bad. Always compiling shaders. They always have to be compiled, don't they? I've got a good CPU though. I remember how long it used to take on even my i7 6700K was my old one that I used to use for development. It wasn't horrible. But it ain't no Core 9 Ultra. Hey, Pexion. Are we neighbors? Are you the old person that lives next to me? Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. 60. Okay. Just running a 6700K on your server. I love my 6700K. That was just a reliable, well-performing CPU. Did what it said it needed to do. Now we've got our trees. Give it a second here. Before that I had a 3700K, I think. That was also very reliable. Or no, it was a 3770. And then I upgraded to the 6700K. And only recently, well, last year or something, I upgraded to a Core 9 Ultra 285K. That thing was expensive. But it's running like a dream. Look at the aliasing. Wait, hold on. Let me enable TSR. That's better. That's much better. Where's our nanite? Nanite. Overdraw. Holy shit, look at the overdraw. That is incredibly good. Wow, wee-wah. Please don't have glitter painted onto. That's incredible, huh? So weird that it gets worse as you get closer, though. With the overdraw. Well, I guess because the voxels become finer. And when the voxels are big, you don't get as much overdraw. I suppose that makes sense. Yeah, when you're like inside them. Huh. Your first CPU was a Ryzen 5 3500. I remember the oldest CPUs that I can think about that I remember getting would be with my dad when we bought the like old AMD Phenoms. this line of processors to play the newest, like, Ultima games or something. Man, this was the day. Yeah, the AMD Athlon. Those were exciting. Yeah, an AMD Athlon. But yeah, the Pentiums. Okay, I do remember the Pentiums as well. Even Weird Al has a song about the Pentiums. Interesting, interesting. So overdraw is just worse as the voxels get smaller. I wonder if there's a way that you can optimize that a little bit further. But I'm sure they'll find a way. It's still impressive. Is there a way to visualize the voxels? Oh. Hold on. There's nanite allow voxels. Oh, I don't remember what it was to see the voxels. Can increase the wind speed. Jesus. Can have like a whole hurricane. Oh my god. Oh wow. That's really cool. Health? How the fuck did they do this? Probably in the material, right? Huh. I wonder what that's doing. Dynamic wind subsystem. Which is in C. They're setting material parameter collection values. Interesting. We're going to appreciate CPUs like Athlon and Pentium. Alright, where's this editor? How do we open this up? Where do we get to this? In here? Procedural vegetation. Aha. Okay. Put a mannequin next to it. Oh, that's cool. Okay, so you get automatic visualization over here. Weird though, there's like no Not really any settings here. I mean, I don't assume that I can just mod. Oh, I guess maybe I can. Can I make like one of these from scratch? Where is this? Vegetation. Procedural vegetation. I can base it off of one of these. Terraria is great, man. Isn't it? Preset loader. How do we like assign a preset? Preset loader. We need to choose a preset. Data asset, of course. Procedural vegetation preset. Do we need to provide the directory? Because that's obviously not my directory. And I don't really know how it set up the foliage and materials folder. Just try making a variant. Test. Okay. It's not doing anything. Yeah, I really wonder what that preset is meant to look like here. It might just be easier to fuck around with an existing one. And there's different variants here for different types. We'll call it 2D Minecraft, but it's so much more to where it doesn't need mods to be fun. I like Minecraft without mods, to be honest. I like both Minecraft and Terraria without mods. Building stuff in vanilla Minecraft is really satisfying, but I also agree that Terraria and Minecraft are not comparable in like any way. There's some similarities, but they're so different in terms of gameplay. They are not the same game. Alpha was a big fan. I miss Alpha. Yeah, I don't know. I love playing vanilla Minecraft. I like building things and playing with redstone. Sit back and relax with like a podcast or an audiobook, and you can literally just veg out. I play without friends or mods in some cases. I mean, I enjoy mods. Don't get me wrong, but I'm a single player guy. How are they giving this different? What are they doing to generate these? They're using PCG boxes, right? Yes. And that's giving us... Oh, that's interesting. It's like grabbing a seed from the hit point. So if I move it, we get the same output here. And if I scale this up, it's not going to change the underlying... Like, watch this one here as I scale it up and down. Same place, same size. So it's, I feel like it's grabbing seeds from the world position for the PCG. Yeah, doing a set pruning. Instanced skin mesh spawner. Or more accurately, it is just using a set seed and it is not randomizing it. Which, for foliage like this, I guess that's perfectly fine. But then it's not generating random instances. It is setting, or it's spawning specific instances. These two instances are the same. They're not randomized instances. From what I can see. Where are the meshes? Where's it deciding those? Just a chill Minecraft session where you just explore, build, and mind your own business. That's exactly how I play. That's 100% how I play Minecraft. I don't mind playing with friends, don't get me wrong. Like, I played with my dad too, because I introduced him to like tech and factory mods, right? I don't mind it. I don't know, it just depends on the person. Some people are more fun to play with than others. It's like doing a selector from this bank, sequence, index, and mesh attribute. How is it finding those? How does that work? That was a half one. That was a cute one. I feel, is it spawning these? Thanks, Rex. What is this spawning here? Or the skeletal meshes, I mean? The names, man. Yeah, but how is it finding the names? I don't get it. I don't get how it knows. Because when we fucked around with PCG, we had to specify the meshes that we wanted it to spawn. But it's not doing that here. Instanced skinned mesh. By all means, continue to help me because I just don't see where it's doing this. Mesh attribute trees. I don't even see the points. It's adding the attributes of bank and sequence. The mesh attribute is the trees, match and set. Oh, there we go. Yeah, here we can see the trees. It's got the tree here already, so here they are. Okay, it's adding those in to the end. I see it here, but they're in here, and it's randomly setting them in based on a seed to the points that it finds. My biggest question with this is how the fuck did they pull these trees in? Where's this coming from? Attribute trees. How did they make this? Can you add the mesh node? Well, it's here. They have like a custom node for the trees, and the meshes are stored in here. Grabbing the paths? Property path. Trees. But that would be this up here. This is the soft object path. No path here, though. I can try it. Good idea. Error. No error. Error. So where is it getting trees from? Where's that labeled? You're dead, you define, and that's the base of that bullshit, and you have to only get the last folder on prop path. Yeah, but where's the path? Like, where... Why is trees on property path influencing this? When I type in trees, how does it know to find these four? Is there some, like, unique tag? Parameter override trees. That must be why. So they're putting the override here for what to spawn. And that's where the skeletal mesh comes in. I see now. I was like, how the fuck is it finding these just based off of the word trees? It's because it's a parameter. And I can just change it. That makes more sense. Now all is clear. So how can I... if I modify this, is it modifying the skeletal mesh? I think so. So you can modify it in the procedural vegetation editor, and then it will make its own skeletal mesh and save that, I guess, as export output. So if I modify, let's just make this like really nothing. Like this. Now it's not going to show up here yet, because we haven't done anything with it. But if I press export, Common Hazel 1, it's exporting. That's 0%. Just sitting there. Let's wait for it. It's still at 0%, if you can believe it. I guess this takes some time, huh? Oh. Hold on. Jesus. Like one of the blue bars went, and then it went back to being a black bar. And now nothing's happening. I don't think it's crashed though. I think it's just working in the background. Hope they improved the speed for that, because that's kind of annoying. Oh, there we go. But now it's gray. I see the twigs, but it has fucked up the leaves. Why has that happened? Has it messed up the skeletal mesh? Maybe they can't be that low, or if they are that low, we shouldn't... It's weird though, I don't see them creating that here. Maybe I'll make it a bit taller. It's weird that I don't see the foliage getting applied though. Maybe it's this this ethylene threshold. Yeah, I think it's just too low. Pretty, pretty sad bush. But I bet it's using that like preset or something. Hmm. Pushing a go pet. How do these two end up differently? Like what is the... What is the control for this? There's something else at play here and I don't know what it is. And I think it's something that comes from this this preset data. Oops. Oopsies. Didn't mean to do that. Okay, we can break this project, it doesn't matter. It's like they both have the same carve settings, but one of these, I mean, they have completely different shapes. Not even just the length of them, but they have completely different shapes. At least as far as I can tell. Oh yeah. So something else is controlling the curvature here. I didn't want to mess that one up, but... oopsies. Like, what if I just add in another one? I don't see it here, though. Maybe it only occurs when you make one from that set. But I don't know how to make this data asset. It could be that this is generated too dynamically, and you're not really meant to manually modify it. That is a possibility. I'm not sure. Yeah, it's like these just don't have any settings, so it looks like there's something behind the scenes that is handling this generation. Something separate. I don't know what. I don't really get where it's coming from. It could just not be fully ready yet. This is just the 5.7 preview. But there's some JSON file here. Maybe we can track it down. Plugins, I don't even know where to look for this. Plugins. I'm fucking with it just because I want to understand it. Yeah, I want to figure out how to use it. But if I don't know where that generation is beginning, I'm as good as lost at the moment. Is it not considered a plugin here? It could be just like PvE. Oh, the JSON file? Oh, you just kind of here to see me in a folder, yeah, no worries. I see H files. Not just U assets. Oh, here's some. Bunch of vectors. Floats. Where am I missing it? There's some other graph. Skeleton preset. But it can't be starting from a skeleton, right? Look at this graph where... It's weird, it's like it starts with something already existing and then modifies that further. Mega plant. I don't think it would be starting from a skeleton, it would make sense. Doesn't make sense. But like there's only one PCG and we just have these instances here, so I mean it's gotta be built from this. Although I don't see the trunk anywhere. The highlights aren't working. That's weird. That's really weird. wonder if they have any documentation on it right now. 25. Procedural vegetation editor. Not really. Not really, unfortunately. It also says that this skeletal mesh only has like 4,500 triangles. Ain't no fucking way, man. There ain't no way it's only 4,500 triangles. Maybe in like the trunk only. Even then. It really doesn't show me the right amount. No way that's right. Romans looks worse too. I don't know why. Let's save this. Load it back up. Kinda weird. That's kind of weird, like opening up one of those editors tank the performance for some reason. Okay, there is a built-in limit to 120 for 120 FPS in the editor, so I'm kind of curious what happens if we scale this up to some ungodly amount. Might be a little bit too big. Probably still a little bit too big. Oh, hold on, it's doing it. It's gotta check those points. Maybe I will lower it still. Well, that's impressive. Pretty high density too. But we definitely know lower to the ground is where the overdraw starts to become worse. These have the wind applied to them? I think they should, shouldn't they? No. It's the wind. It says there's wind. Kind of weird that I don't see it. Oh, it's not being applied to all of them. Why is that? Why isn't it affected? Did I bug the I bet I bugged this out pretty hard, didn't I? Things look bugged. Maybe let's do this. Ugh. I think that'll reset those assets. I hope. I must have messed something up when I was fucking around with it. Yeah, the wind's back now. Okay. This is obviously without any anti-aliasing, as you can clearly tell. A little bit spurgy. Throwing some TSR. That is a lot of polygons. This is true. I don't know how much one of these trees actually is because I couldn't really get a good number from the engine. Kind of weird. I mean, we can take a look at some of the actually, which ones are being generated here? This is the beach. Okay, well this has 113,000 in one of these branches. So at least we're definitely working in the billions of triangles. Let's be honest. We're probably working in the billions of triangles this scene. Well, the fact that it can even run close to this amount is pretty damn good. Show overdraw? I will show you overdraw. which still blows me away that you get this little overdraw on fucking foliage. Isn't that crazy? It does seem to get worse though the closer you get, because I think the voxels are getting smaller. Well, there's still some improvements to make, but this is better. Well, it's pretty impressive. I don't think this is using nanite assembly either, but I could be wrong. I don't really know how to trigger that. Well, this is gonna make the stream look chunky. How many pixels do you guys see right now? 10? It'll be a little bit better down here. Put it back. No, this is really incredible. The performance is very impressive. It's kind of weird though. I feel like I get better. Something is kind of hurting the FPS. I'm going to try to make a build here of it, by the way. Oops. I didn't really mean to do that, but that's fine. I'll make a build of it and I'll walk around in first person and just see what we get in first person, walk around there. This stream is limited to bitrate, so the more, let's just say noisy the scene, the more noisy the end result. But I run this on a separate computer, so it's whatever I do on this computer will not affect the stream in any way, but because we have a target bitrate that we need to meet, the more complex and noisy the scene, the more shitty it's gonna look. Is what it is. I want to make a shipping build. So specifically, I would like to force TSR. We'll force the TSR. VSync will not be on. I don't know if there's a player start. There's a player start here. Just put it here. I don't think that there are collision. I think there might be collision with the trees actually. Let's try this. Where's my package options? I'm not going crazy. Wait. Am I losing my mind? Shouldn't there be packaging options here? Oh, it's up here for some reason. Kind of weird. Shipping, platforms, package project, Windows, fine. I can't package project. Why? Is it because it's like a preview version? You're not allowed to To package from preview versions? Yeah, but it's not here either. Like I'm literally going crazy. I can't make a build from this. Huh? Is it? I think it might be because it's a preview build. UE5 can't package preview. It should be right here. What the hell? I mean, I guess I could try a standalone. Pretty awkward though. This will not be completely accurate either. I would bet that it's not choline animations. You know what, we can check. Let me toggle debug camera. That is 100% not choline animations past a certain point, which is significantly impacting FPS. No, that's not culling animations at all. I don't know how you properly cull animations by distance here. I don't know if there's a way to do that. I'm sure there is though. And this is still editor. It's just standalone, so we still debug. I don't know. I mean, maybe I can launch it on. You know, perform this like quick launch current level with shipping build, and maybe that'll work. Launch failed. Unknown error. I got no clue. I got no clue. I'll try to check at home, but maybe you just can't build from preview versions. That's still weird to me. I have no idea where that wind went. Oh, here it is. I mean, if they're static, does that improve performance at all? It must. Not really set to static, it's just the wind is set to 0 though. No, it's just that there isn't any wind. Hmm. You can bake down an entire PCG into a static mesh, right? There's a way to do that, I think. Save instance. Well, that's a graph instance. I've never done this before, so give me a sec while I try to figure it out. That is deterministic. Yeah, but there should be a way to bake this into. I don't know how to like use nanite assemblies. I don't know if it's like something I have to place down or mass entity test farm plot. Yeah, that's what I want. UE5 PCG2 static mesh. Bake down PCG to a static mesh or blueprint. In the results? No, maybe. Could be. No, just like select all the actors in there and merge them. I mean, that makes sense. Fair. Oops, I think I'm selecting all of the European peach ones. I just froze the editor. Classic, right? Yeah, I think there's one or two of them, right? What did he do in the video? What's in the BP specifically? PCG, clear PCG link. Okay. And then they're separate from the PCG, and they're there in the instance static meshes. Clear PCG link. And now we have... Oh. That's a little awkward. I just froze it again. I mean, you probably don't want to bake the entire forest down into a static mesh. You fully sure worth it? I don't know how to properly use it yet. That's what I can say for now. It seems like it. I don't know how to start from scratch. And that's the biggest problem for me right now. And the FPS seems worse when you disconnect it from there. But I think it's just because we'd have to merge all of the... Hold on. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. No one knows how to still use Nanite properly. Well, it's different. The PC, the vegetation editor seems to pull from some file of data of where to actually begin with the creation of the foliage. And I don't know where. I can edit the existing creations and then bake those down into skeletal meshes. But I cannot make a new creation. And then on top of that, you have like nanite assemblies, and I don't know how to use that either. Like, just as people were getting a hang of PCG and nanite, they go and throw this wrench into things. And yeah, I don't really... get some of it. But these are clearly not optimized. They have this wind application to them, and I don't know if this wind application is the... I don't think this is correct. I don't think this is the correct wind. I'm gonna be honest. I am very much unsure that this is the correct one to use. And I don't know how to coal it beyond a certain distance. Because right now it's just going to apply this to every single actor in the scene. Which of course we don't want to do. Where's the main material that this is calling? Master, foliage trees. Where's the wind being applied? There's the material parameter collection here, which I would assume this is where the wind is coming from. Where the fuck is it? Don't ruin the engine plugin version like I did. I did that, but you can just verify the engine and it should restore it. Where the fuckle nuts is it doing the wind? Oh, they were still fucked up for you? Oh, that's weird. I'll just reinstall. I'm not gonna mess around with the preview anyway beyond this. I'm just gonna wait for the full thing. Material functions. Feel like it should be here. Unless, I mean... Oh, hold on a sec. Maybe I'm misunderstanding how it's doing the wind itself. Dynamic wind subsystem. Maybe it is shoving this to the skeletal mesh. But it is still adjusting... Oh no, that's health and season. Color variation. Those are unused. So maybe this is the better wind that it's using and it's not running it through the material parameter collection to the trees. But rather through some subsystem. But in addition to that, I am not culling the animations past a certain amount, and I don't know how to do that. But that would certainly help much better, because I think that right now it is applying those pretty universally. It is good though. What the fuck? You just type plus 3T. Oh, why did that tank performance so much? The hell? There's something in this preview that tanks performance and you have to like reload the engine to get normal performance again. I don't know what it is. Something feels like it's running in the background. I mean, it could be that too. But I have that running. No? Well, I can't build this. Unfortunately, I can't package this. I don't know why it doesn't let me. That's kind of annoying. I just don't know. I don't know enough about PCG yet to really accurately play with this. But yeah, right now they are all being animated with wind. Every single one in the scene. I mean, I'll tell you what, even with them all being animated, skeletal meshes, hitting 30 FPS is pretty impressive. I don't know how to fix it. It's beyond my current understanding of the system, but even getting this many FPS in engine is pretty damn impressive with what this is. So let's put it this way, I am not the right person to debug this. So the mesh instead of vertex shader with baked animation wind, I do not know. I don't know. Maybe it's more performant. Maybe this is just the way that they set it up. Don't ask me. I'm only using what they provided by default. But it's got some ways to go. And they need to do some improvements to the understanding of the system. I don't even know how many trees are in here. Library 2, I get really good FPS not playing an editor. Just count them. Oh, it's rhetorical. I don't fucking. How would I know that? Yeah, it's still pretty impressive editor performance though for this. We probably could count it actually. The PCG graph probably has the information. It says 291,000 instances in this scene. So I would say that 291 instances of these trees. Oh wait, hold on. No, I'm sorry. I was on the wrong note. 101,000. I was back here on the transform points before they were culled and pruned. But still, 101,000 trees being fully animated. Or I guess we shouldn't even say trees, more just 101,000 skeletal meshes. Being animated in editor. Add UDS? I don't know if it's compatible with 5.7. I can try to force it, but I don't know if it'll work. We got it. We'll see if it works. Solution to 10k animated enemies at time based on skeleton mesh. Jesus. Good for zombies. Okay, we have UDS. I think it's absolutely hating the shadow updates. I think that's really what it's can I turn off can I shadows? Ardutch. Is there a way to turn off shadows through? Well, I turned off virtual shadow maps, and that has helped FPS quite a bit. Update shadows? Maybe shadow.update or something? Why don't I just adjust the scalability? Helps a little bit. Not as much as I would have thought, though. Yeah, the transform, it's really just the fact that we aren't culling animations after a certain point. And I don't know if I can adjust that at all. Because honestly, GPU time is not that much. I think it's just the animations. It's the lack of culling them. Hidden Pizza. What is your game about? Well, this is not the game. This is us just checking out Unreal 5.7. I'm just playing around with the new foliage stuff. I got distracted. It's erotica. I don't think it's erotica. Yeah, sorry, I got distracted and I'm just kind of like trying to figure out this new system for nanite foliage. All I can say is the overdraw definitely looks better, although it's oddly worse at extreme distances compared to like medium distances. And then as you get closer and the voxels become smaller, you definitely have worse performance around the player, which, I mean, when is that never the case? Yeah, it's just weird that you would have worse here, but I guess that's maybe where we start to find 1 pixel or 1 triangle per pixel. That could be the line where that's starting to happen. And it's almost like the LODs are optimized here, but then after that, not so much. I have no clue what nanite console commands are going to assist with that, though. And it's almost like lined up exactly with this line here, isn't it? No, post-process wouldn't do much to that at all. It is interesting, though, to see that. Still a lot of overdraw happening, though, at the ground level. Pretty interesting to see. I think we need to wait for some more work for nanite foliage before it's fully ready, but that is the reason why it's experimental and we're in a preview. Definitely more performant than the old method, though. I can tell you that. And I just post-process effect. Damn you. Well, that was a little bit loud. You guys awake? Jesus Christ. I'm done. That's way better. Holy fucking shit. How do you get rid of that horrible mist? Sorry about that. Holy Jesus Christ. It's not the rain particles. What is this? wind gusts. There's the wind debris. Always pretty fun. Should make it louder? Oh yeah. The wind fog. It's actually running pretty well, and I think it's because... Oh. It is when I don't move. Jesus Christ, look at that massive tank when I start moving. That's kind of interesting. I wonder why it's doing that. Like something is optimizing. Oh, you know what I think it is? I think it's the lightning. Doing a whole bunch of lighting updates. Yeah, I think that's exactly what it is. Some massive lighting pass is happening. Yeah, I mean, you'd think that the fog would help, but... I think it's all the transform that's going on with the trees. We could test it pretty easily just by having this. Well, that didn't do much. Maybe not, maybe I'm wrong. Well, if I was Randy Pitchford, I would just say, you know what, this is perfectly playable FPS, and you should turn on 69 times frame generation and upscale from 1 by 1 pixel. I've personally helped players go from 2 FPS to 2000, so it's just a premium game. No, it's interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. Worth playing around with. I'll see if I can understand some of the core parts of this a bit better than I currently do, because I clearly do not understand some of this. Yeah, that's the CEO of Gearbox. Does tree canopy occlude the player from the wetness? It should. That's a built-in system into ultra dynamic weather. But it probably is going to depend a little bit on whether or not the line trace hits above. It is possible though that because this doesn't have collision with the player that it is not included. You can debug the traces a bit. Dude, that's weird. Now I'm getting like 60 FPS, 70. I wonder if it's the lighting. Yeah, but we turned off shadows and it wasn't really much better. What if I throw down, fall back to SSGI? We just disable Lumen. Oops. I mean, I will say Epic Shadows is very much overboard, in my opinion. Yeah, turning off virtual shadow maps helps a lot. I did hear EA was bought out. I don't really have many feelings about it. I mean, I wasn't a big fan of how they were making games in the first place, and I don't think it's going to be any better or any worse. It could be possible that nothing will change either. I don't know. Sometimes you have cases like that, like Tencent owns a lot of companies, and Tencent sometimes just doesn't interfere. I hated EA anyway, but what? It's gonna be worse, I think? Maybe. You could be right. Definitely could be. Why do virtual shadow maps eat up that much? I guess they do help it look better, but I don't know. Not in some ways. Like, how the hell does that look better? It just looks blurry. What if I turn off the wind? Just weird that I guess I get really good FPS here, even when at the ground level, but I guess there's a lot that's happening at runtime. I don't know. Needs more testing, needs more playing around. In my opinion, this scene should be much better with performance than it is. I even think placing down static meshes of the trees might end up looking better, if you ask me. Or running better, I should say. These are the static ones. It's possible to do. Harvest component. Instanced skin mesh component. Like Dragon Age Veilguard was woke, that's why it failed. I think Dragon Age. Well, I fucking hate the term woke because it's such a stupid umbrella term that lacks nuance. I'm not a big fan of Dragon Age Veilguard's writing, and I think in some cases it included topics that I felt were more meant to pander and didn't fit within the universe. And I don't think it handled those topics in a way that was particularly interesting. That's primarily my issue with it. I don't think it failed because of wokeness. I'll just say that it failed because it felt like it had nothing interesting to say. I mean, the characters were watered down. There was no controversy, no real issue that was occurring, and at the end it just didn't leave me with anything to say. It didn't leave me with anything that felt memorable. It was just a lot of just modern writing. And no, I didn't like Tosh, but it's not that I didn't like Tosh because they were non-binary. I didn't like Tosh because the character was an asshole. I had no common connection with Tosh whatsoever. But on like a technical level, I think that the game ran very well. It looked very beautiful. I liked some of the character designs. Much less busy of a scene. I don't know. I think that when you make something that's that large with PCG and has this complex of meshes, you're supposed to use nanite assemblies. I have no fucking clue how to use nanite assemblies. But it seems like it's like creating one big static mesh of all your nanites, so it's just doing one base pass on that in its entirety. I have no fucking clue. But yeah, I do think that this scene should run better for what it is. Give me 1 second, I gotta go to the bathroom. BB. Do. You like my chair stream, huh? Well, I can say I'm very impressed with the voxelization. Very, very impressed with the voxelization. However, beyond that, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing with the vegetation editor or nanite assemblies, and that's something that we need to look into. I don't think I need to look into it. Like, I don't expect to use either of these with coin pusher realms, but it would be nice to learn them at least enough to know generally how they function and what they're meant to do, because there might be a case where we want to use some of that, or I don't know. I think that it would be cool to know how to generate like plants from scratch, and I don't think there's no documentation for it yet right now, so I'm gonna wait until 5.7's full release for that. That's my plan. But either way, it was pretty fun to play around with. That's all I can say. Strawberry milk or chocolate milk? Strawberry milk. Pretty big strawberry milk fan. Pretty tasty. I like chocolate milk though, but something fun about strawberry milk. You know, maybe with the new content examples map, they'll have something with the vegetation editor, but I don't know yet. I like how it has to queue to remove the engine version. It's so useful. Good music. I want a pizza today. It's so cold out. I don't know, I want something warm. Pizza and hot cocoa. That's a normal... Am I being too controversial? No. I think it's worth talking about the woke stuff because, you know, at one point I would have been with people who said that they are tired of the pandering and agendas being forced into games. But at the same time, it's gone so far, way beyond what it should have. And now you have a lot of people that just say, oh, there's a woman in game, woke, no buy. Black person in game, woke, no buy. I absolutely cannot get on board with that at all. I mean, even now people say, oh, Ghost of Yotei is woke because a couple of the developers have said some stuff. Nah, I'm gonna wait to judge that one. I'm gonna wait to judge that. I'll play it myself. Now, that doesn't mean that I approve of what, like, the English voice actress says. She's been pretty extreme. Erika Ishii is her name. But we're not going to play in English anyway, so we're going to support the Japanese voice actors and actresses. Which is really cool, too. Apparently, they have completely done custom mocap for each language, not just lip syncing, which the first game at release did not have lip syncing for Japanese, only for English. So it was like fully a Japanese dub, which was a little bit annoying, but it was still enjoyable. But for this one, they're doing complete motion capture and lip sync for English and Japanese. They showed like something on Twitter yesterday. I think it was on Twitter. Let me see if I can find it. Ghost of Yotei. It was pretty impressive. Pretty cool what they did. Maybe there's a YouTube video of it. Ghost of Yotei motion capture. Oh god, I can't see it, but they show one of the cutscenes from the trailer. You know, it might have just been the trailer. It might have just been like... this one. There's the scene with the old man. This one here. And he doesn't smile in the Japanese version. Uh-huh. But he does in the English trailer. Pretty interesting. See this one. What was the timestamp? 40-ish?
Who are you? I thought we killed your whole family.
He smiles here, but is not smiling in this one. It's pretty cool. I think that's pretty impressive. It takes a lot of work to do that. Very good attention to detail on that. There's DI type things in game, very big red flag for most people. However, different with Ghost of Yotei as Dev saying something stupid is very different to anything in game. Yeah, I agree. I've not seen that in other games. I've not seen that in other games either. Fire haircut, yeah. Bit of a baldy. Nintendo does that with Kirby, really? Oh, that's cool. That's really cool to see. So we will be playing it with the Japanese language and then English subtitles. I'm looking forward to it. I really like Tsushima. It was amazing in Japanese. It was so immersive. The game looks really pretty too. Oh, Iwa. Unfortunately, I do not have a PS5 Pro though, so it's not gonna look as great as it could. It looks amazing though. If you haven't played Tsushima, I highly recommend it. I think it is on sale too during the autumn sale here. And I know we're only like 2 days away from it, but if you manage to play it in the next 2 days, if you know life yourself, you'll be all caught up for the story for... Well, I don't think the story matters. It's a completely different time period. I'm surprised they didn't make a game about the second Mongol invasion of Japan. Yeah, it looks fucking good. I'm excited for it. I'm hoping that it's enjoyable. I don't know if there's been reviews of it yet. There have been. They're pretty good. Yeah, don't worry. I 100% understand if you don't want things spoiled. Is it coming on Steam? Not probably for a year at least. Kirby's always angry for Western audiences. I don't know what the timed exclusivity is. I don't think they've announced it yet. Well, I don't know when Ghost of Yotei takes place. I don't know what the year is. It's 300 years after Ghost of Tsushima. 1600s rural Japan. I'm just surprised they didn't base it off of the second Mongol invasion, which, as far as I know, was way bigger. Because the first invasion was 1274, second one is 1281. You know, 7 years after that. And I'm pretty sure this was bigger. Combined force of 142,000 soldiers. This one was... It says 8,000 there. Oh, I see. Yeah, 4,000 to 6,000 in 1274. So this is at the time of... Oh, I'm sorry. I was wrong. That's the Japanese forces. The Mongol forces are 28,000 to 30,000 in Ghost of Tsushima. And for a sequel, there would be 140,000 in nearly 4 times as many ships. So it would have been pretty crazy. Yeah, I think it's fine. Like, it's not what I was expecting, but I don't mind it, especially if the story is interesting. And what's her name? What's the name of the main character? Atsu. That's right. If Atsu is cool and the main characters are interesting, I'm all for it. But only time will tell. I don't know if there's any new like trailer for it or not. No. I did hear, however, that the Battlefield 6 live action trailer was pretty funny, and I have not watched that yet. So maybe before I go home today, I can we can watch that, because I heard it was apparently pretty funny. I'll end the YouTube recording.